Racing. Another beautiful start, and the Irish shut up Michael Pop Sweetly, but so did Hidden Profit, and Hidden Profit on a very fair early pace has a narrow lead. Outside of that, Swamp Drainer a bit wide around the turn, but not too bad to the outside of Big Pete. After that, Unique Path trying to win 2 in a row from 5 out of it. Now 3 and 4 scoot away by 3, and they conspicuously pick up the tempo with 8 from front to back. Grunders on the move. Up the barnside, race 1 of 8 this Thursday at Canterbury Park. Shut Up Michael pulls Carmona into the lead, and it's a lead of 1 and maybe 1 1/2. Hidden Profit lay second. Outside of that, Swamp Drainer inside Big Pete. After that, Grunder, and Unique Path is 7 lengths rearmost. Shut Up Michael loud with the speed into the far turn, leading it nearly 2. Hidden Profit in second, 1 1/2. Swamp Drainer shaken up by Morales as Shut Up Michael now bumps that margin to 2 1/2. Guillermo Rodriguez all over Hidden Profit. Likewise for Morales with Swamp Drainer. Then it's Grunder 8 out of it. Unique Path second last. Big Pete is tailed off. They're chasing Shut Up Michael. Shut Up Michael roused for more by Seraphin Carmona. The lead is 4 on the 4 Hidden Profit. And after that, Swamp Drainer. But this is Shut Up Michael, wire to wire. Racing. The 2 white horses came out 1-2. Zong's Irish Frost, Church Service. Now GG's Map revs up to the outside and Snow Flurry to the inside, and they're contesting a lead that belongs to Zong's Irish Frost. After that, Goddess of War 4 lengths from the front, and Cali Bally is beginning to scoot through to the inside of Church Service, about 3 lengths behind Snow Flurry, who leads it by a head. Zong's Irish Frost between them. Outside of that, GG's Map. Even wider out is Goddess of War, moving into 4th, 3 lengths behind Snow Flurry, who pulls clear by a neck. Then it's Church Service and Cali Bally, and they're approaching the top of the stretch, and the threesome battling for the lead continues to squabble. Snow Flurry leads it by a half. Between runners, Zong's Irish Frost. Outside of that, GG's Map. Goddess of War is the one in the green silks far outside and is a menacing presence. It is Snow Flurry locked in battle with Zong's Irish Frost. After that, it is Goddess of War into the final football field. It is Snow Flurry and Zong's Irish Frost. Frost, Flurry, Frost, Flurry. It is Zong's Irish Frost prevailing at 4.5 to 1. And they're racing. Kids Inheritance came out nicely on the inside with good early speed. Kids Inheritance puts 1.5 on the field early. Glendale takes up the running in second. After that, Super Wise to the outside of Fly Nightly. Rejection Hurts, 5, maybe 6 lengths from the lead. Then it's California Swing, who is last. Around the turn they go with 5.5 furlongs to travel. Kids Inheritance, the fast Minnesotan, takes the lead by 6 on the 6. Glendale, and up the barn side they go. Kids Inheritance, handheld by 6 from Glendale, and Rejection Hurts. 2.5 lengths behind that, Fly Nightly to the inside of Super Wise. California Swing 9 lengths from it as Kids Inheritance slows down a bit on the lead. And heading into the far turn, Kids Inheritance to Glendale. Rejection Hurts wide in the clear, 4 out of it to the outside of Fly Nightly. Then it's Super Wise shoved on 7 lengths from the lead. California Swing running on also 7 out of it. Kids Inheritance. Kids Inheritance has called the shots every step of the way, but now there's a challenge in the shape of Glendale. Rejection Hurts behind them, and between them is Fly Nightly. California Swing on the inside, and on the far outside it's Super Wise. Kids Inheritance has 200 to get to go wire to wire. Kids Inheritance 4 to 5 outside of that Glendale. Then it's Fly Nightly, but the kid is a big boy and goes wire to wire. Kids Inheritance prevails. And they're racing. Splendid start. Miss Double is trying to become double trouble on the early lead, and on the double, Miss Double grabs the early lead. Diamond D races alongside as they link up with the course proper. After that, Frosted Queen, and now as they head up the barn side, we have a 3-headed pace battle, 1, 4, and 5. Tracking coyly is Alter Girl, 2.5 from the front and about 2.5 clear from Nang Singha. The one at the rear is Laughin' to the Bank, and with a half-mile to travel. On the inside, Miss Double. Between them, Diamond D. Outside of that, Frosted Queen, now 1 in arrears and heading the wrong way. Alter Girl passes the 5, and so does Nang Singha. After that, Laughin' to the Bank on the move. Laughin' to the Bank trying to go from the red to the black and closing in quickly. Diamond D takes the lead from Miss Double. Outside of that, Nang Singha. Laughin' to the Bank from last right up to join the lead and do so at 7 to 1 with a swooping move. Laughin' to the Bank, Nang Singha. They now run away from Diamond D and are far clear from Alter Girl. It is Nang Singha at 3 to 5, fending the challenge of Laughin' to the Bank, who jumped her on the far turn but wasn't good enough. Nang Singha is gone. 7-6-4 in race 4. And they're racing. Bit of a slow start for St. Charles, and Cajun Hope, looking to win 2 in a row, takes advantage of it and grabs the lead. Lucky Smile is up and at him, and a recovering St. Charles comes flying from the back of the pack to be 2.5 lengths from the lead and to the inside of Vroisky. Up goes Lucky Smile to take the lead by 1.5 lengths, and Boss 9 watches it from 5 out. Lucky Smile, plenty about which to smile off the far turn. The lead is 2.5 and might be ever widening. Vroisky is next, then it's St. Charles. Cajun Hope is the gray closest to the rail, 4 out of it, and about the same distance clear from Boss 9. They're chasing a Lucky Smile, and they appear to be chasing in vain. It is Lucky Smile by 6, make it 7. Outside, Vroisky is finishing quickly, but only for second. It is Lucky Smile and Eddie G to prevail. 2-5-3 in race 5. Racing field sent on this 7/8 journey from the inside. Excel looking to excel, comes out sweetly. So does Uncaptured Warrior. That's the one between them, and outside of that, Hap Hot looks for 2 in a row, grabs the lead as they link up with the main track and head up the barn side. It is Hap Hot trying to run away. After that, we have Il Capitano racing well off the rail and about 5 lengths from the lead. 2.5 clear from Central Park, who's to the outside of Hey Now. Then it's way back to Ember, second last, and Bourbon Aficionado would have to win 2 in a row from 13 out of it. Into the far turn they travel, and they're chasing Hap Hot, the Minnesotan Hap Hot, by a tenuous neck. Uncaptured Warrior continues to bug, and so does Central Park. Central Park making a wide move and doing so sharply. About 7 clear from Excel, who's 5 away from Ember, who's beginning to run on. Bourbon Aficionado's running on fast from last, but still 12 lengths out of it. Central Park rows to the lead. Central Park at 4-1 takes the lead and runs away from Hap Hot. After that, Uncaptured Warrior and Ember continues to make up good ground to the outside. Central Park, Ember. Here comes Ember, and there goes Ember right to the winner's circle at 5-2. It's 5-8-2 in race 6. And they're racing. Shabam came out nicely. Fast Minnesotan on the inside, and at 3.5-1, Shabam pops sweetly, but not as well as Childproof. And Childproof puts the pedal to the metal, trying to win 2 in a row and do so in wire-to-wire fashion. Childproof leads it by 2. Shema, at big odds, rolls up to the outside of Explosive Skies, and Shabam is 2 lengths from the lead. 2.5 clear from fellow Minnesotan Hurricane Hunter. About 2 after that is Tales of McKenna. That one is 8 from the front and about to be joined by Brahms's Who? And the white horse in last is Merlin's Sister. 9, maybe 10 from front to back, and they have a half-mile to travel. Childproof and Constantino Roman continue to call the shots in sole-alone fashion. It is Childproof leading it 1.5, and Roman begins to niggle at the speedster a little bit off the far turn. Shabam in second and to the inside of Brahms's Who. Brahms's Who continues to roll in. Hurricane Hunter 4 lengths from the front behind the leaders. After that, Explosive Skies 4.5 to the good of Tales of McKenna. Then we come to Merlin's Sister, and Shama has tailed off to last. Up top, there goes Shabam. Shabam at 2.5-1 takes the lead and does so proudly. It is Shabam running away by 5. In second, Brahms's Who. That's it for Childproof. After that, it's Hurricane Hunter. But Shabam says bye-bye. It's Shabam to win it from an on-charging Brahms's Who at 45-1. Tales of McKenna ran third. Racing. Scooter's boy popped out of the gate like a quarter horse. Meanwhile, Calzone and I Will Stand show better speed, and it's AC-doocy around the first turn. I Will Stand takes a narrow lead, and said duo now is 7 lengths clear from Cuz Vinny's a Canuck and Scooter's boy. After that, Make Noise, that's the white horse, 10 lengths behind I Will Stand, and the one in last is Pass the Cat. They go around the turn and head up the barn side in the finale. finally. I Will Stand and Fausto da Silva 2. Calzone in second 5. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, about 8 out of it now. Then we come to Make Noise. That one's 10 lengths from the lead and about 1.5 clear from Scooter's Boy. Past the Cat is close to 20 lengths from the lead. And they head into the far turn well strung out. I Will Stand, wire to wire on his mind. Calzone takes up the running in second. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, 3 lengths back in third. They're beginning to cut into the margin. That belongs to I Will Stand, who still travels confidently. After that, Scooter's Boy, Make Noise, 8 out of it. Past the Cat, running on very fast. Now about 13 from the front. Round about the quarter pole. I Will Stand, trying to stand tall. I Will Stand in search of 3 in a row. Badgered by Cuz Vinny's a Canuck. After that, Calzone. Then we come to Scooter's Boy, Make Noise. Past the Cat, still finishing very fast, but 8 out of it. And up goes the Canuck. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck takes the lead in the final 50. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck wins running away. I Will Stand second, past the Cat third.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where we are under mostly sunny skies with the main track fast and a turf course that has been listed at firm. If you open up your programs, we'll cover the changes on the entire 8-race card, starting in race 1, where we have the 50-cent first 5, pick 5. There are no changes in race 1. Free and clear in the first. Race number 2, we have a scratch of the 6, Island Jive. Race 2, take out that 6. Races 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all free and clear with no adjustments. 3 through 6, no changes. Race 7 starts the $2 late daily double, and we scratch the 5, King of the North. Race 7, scratch 5. Race 8 offers no changes. Fast and Firm, beautiful fall night here in Shakopee. For everything important going on at Canterbury Park, we will shift into the TV studio here in the press box. The loquacious Angela Herman and the always crafty Jeff Madej.
Well, thank you, Kevin, and welcome to Canterbury Park First Bet Studio. I'm Jeff. She's Angela, and you're right. We are going to bring people up to speed on what to expect, not just tonight, but for the weeks to come, because there's always something going on at Canterbury Park. Not many days of live racing remain. I think if you count today, possibly 8.
Yeah, but who's counting, Jeffrey? Yes, we
well,
are.
You texted me and said you couldn't believe there's only 8, so I think you're counting.
Yeah, sure I did. No, it's going a little bit longer this year. We are running 2-day weeks, and then the last one is a 3-day week, but we're going through the end of September. So if you're watching this from afar, maybe you just saw some cars in the lot, want to come in and try tacos and tequila, we still have time to come out and join us. Remember, it's going to be 5 p.m. posts right up until the last 2 days, and then we'll start at 4. That's just because we don't have lights on our turf course, enable more turf races, start a little bit earlier, and we should have full fields. This usually is prime time for about 13, 14 horse fields, and that's usually some of the best opportunities for betting in the summer. It's a good way to go out, and we'll just hope that everything goes as well as it's going right now, at least as far as the weather goes.
Yeah, it really has been a great meet for a lot of different reasons, but fan support and the weather have been huge. So what also has been great is the Taste of Canterbury. It's an event that kind of started small a few years ago with just a couple of nights. Now there's been maybe half a dozen different offerings, and it concludes tonight with tacos and tequila, sponsored by, and notice you're sitting right on top of that bottle.
Right.
Don Julio.
Notice it's not opened. It's not open, but sponsored by Don Julio.
Oh, it will be.
It will be.
It will be.
There are people already lined up for it. There's a few tickets left, I think. If you take a look online, this has usually been a sellout year after year. And here comes some of the offerings right now. Corinne bringing in this beautiful sampling of tacos. Just a small sample of what you can get at Tacos and Tequila. You can see they're beautiful. They're delicious. If you could smell it, I know you can't smell it through the TV. Yum. These are going to be really good, and just a small part of the offerings. You know, there's ceviche down there. There's vegetarian options. There's tacos. There's lots of great cocktails put together with tequila, some without tequila. And it might be a little bit of a chilly night. So, you know, if you're outside right now and you think maybe you don't want to stay out there and you're in the mood for a little something special, check out Tacos and Tequila. See if they have any tickets left at the door and upgrade your experience for the night.
That's right. Third level in the Triple Crown Ballroom area is where you can purchase tickets. Now, you also can purchase a horse, and I believe that's tomorrow. September 8th is the 2024 Minnesota Thoroughbred Sale. There's 22 yearlings and a number of other horses of racing age that will be auctioned off. And it's a fun event. Even if you're not sure you want to buy a horse right now, one step would be to go to the auction and just see how that process works, and that takes place tomorrow. I think you can go look at the horses maybe tonight and tomorrow, and then the sale starts at 4 o'clock after the Vikings win.
Well, and if you wanted to peruse some of the offerings in there, if there's some names that you might recognize from Canterbury past, the catalogs are available at certain spots of the building. You can check out the info booth. You can run down Jeff. It looks like that, and that's where you can find each of the horses that's going to be for sale on Sunday. That's the catalog with all the all the outlines that you'd need, all the details that you would need to purchase a horse. Obviously, there are requirements, but check it out. Just take a look at the catalog, and if you're not doing anything on Sunday, it's a cool way to check out how those go.
That's right. And then Thursday, we mentioned the Thursdays we have remaining. They're always $5 night, $5 admission, and $5 beer. And then the day after Thursday, Friday, is a big comedy show. In fact, 2 big comedy shows with Charlie Barons. He calls it a good old-fashioned tour.
A good old-fashioned tour stopping off at Canterbury. We had a lot of fun at the last comedy show here. This one is sold even better. I would expect a big crowd. If you do want to take part in one of the Barons shows, you're going to want to pick out a place if you want to sit in the VIP areas pretty early, because I think some of those tickets might sell out too. Tickets for that, details for that are at CanterburyPark.com. And we're running out of stops as far as the special events this summer. Charlie Barron's one of the cool ones that you're going to want to check out. If you haven't seen a comedy show outdoors here, it's a neat setting.
Sunday, the 15th, something new to Canterbury. We call it the 10,000 Lakes Concours d'Elegance. I call it a expensive car show, is what I call it, because that's what it is. There's a bunch of different cars. It's kind of a competition too, where they have awards and things. You can see the picture here. There's some old cars. With the car, I'm not a big car guy, Ange, but I always wanted to have a '67 GTO. Never got one. And so I'm going to go out there and look.
There.
I could get one. They're harder to find, though. And now I was a kid when I wanted one. Now it's a classic car, probably. So there you go.
Well, you can live vicariously through this event at Canterbury. Another one you can get the details for online. But we still got racing to go. You know, we've got all that special events. We've got a lot of racing still yet to go. And we've got the Loeffler leaderboard to look at because I think that this one might change tonight. I saw a lot of wins for Serafin Carmona. You know, right now, he is 7 back of Luis Fuentes. He's only 1 back of Eddie Gallardo. I think I might have him on 5 winners tonight. Wow. I mean, obviously, sorry ahead of time. I'm sorry I got you so much tonight, but I think he's really well mounted for this evening, and I think that he may even pass Gallardo and shrink the margin on Fuentes if I'm seeing the ball. But he's got some very, very live mounts, to say the least, and that's a rider's race that's just getting even closer.
Fuentes rides a horse named Hoot Owl Hoot, and I like that one tonight. Now, Mac Robertson, he's 10 up on Jose Silva Jr. Jose Silva Jr. claimed 3 horses by himself on Thursday, so he's going to come out firing. 10's a lot to make up, though.
Well, still, but if you are claiming horses, and he's brought plenty of horses that fit different conditions anyway, sometimes he won't need to double up. Sometimes I think he's had horses that can't find separate spots, so they've had to go on the same ones. Some of these horses that he's been claiming will enable him to go solo into some of these different races and perhaps put a little pressure on Mac Robertson, who sits at the top of the standings.
Absolutely, but that's always fun to watch. Now, Paul Allen, our beloved announcer, is on the East Coast. He's in New York and New Jersey getting ready to call the Minnesota Viking New York Giants
and beat the New York football Giants, mind you.
Yeah, Kevin thinks you can tease that game up to -10 Vikings, but that's another topic altogether. But out in the paddock, out in the winner's circle, there's a bell. You can see it if you're looking out from the apron. It's on the left-hand side. What happens with that bell is that if you win a race, you can go and ring the bell if you're an owner, trainer, jockey, whoever, and make a contribution. By ringing the bell, you make a contribution of at least $100 to the Leg Up Fund. Now, here is Paul Allen, because we can't spend the whole night without Paul, and a little video about that bell.
It's your announcer, Paul Allen, in the winner's circle here at Canterbury Park. We got a bell. Now, here's the deal. For everybody who wins races, all parts of the connections, owners, trainers, or jockeys, you get into this circle, you ring this bell, and $100 minimum goes to the Leg Up Fund. Now, what's the Leg Up Fund? It benefits injured and or disabled jockeys and exercise riders, and also many, many causes, including our chaplaincy program on the backside here at Canterbury Park. So win some races, ring the bell, and money goes to the Leg Up Fund. You won't regret it.
All right, well, that's more about that bell. And again, if you do ring it, just go down to the bookkeeper, see Maria, and she can handle that through the Horseman's Bookkeeper's account. But it goes to a good cause. We haven't heard the bell ring a lot, and we should. We've got 8 races tonight. Let's see if we can hear it ring at least 4 times, if not all 8. Now, if you want to do your own handicapping, Brisnet.com is the place to go. You can download free past performances for every race day at Canterbury Park. I know a lot of people have used it. It's a good aid. I mean, there's different past performance sources. These are free.
They're free, and they have different sorts of information. If you're used to using DRF past performances, Brisnet can help you dig into some different angles and maybe approach things in a more, I guess, statistical sort of way, as opposed to just looking at the PPs like you would normally in the past. And Brisnet has some different categories, too, with which they rate horses. So check out those free PPs, see if they might be something that you want to add to your handicapping regimen.
Absolutely, and put them to good use, because we've got the lowest takeout on the pick 5 anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world. The first 5, the final 5 with just a 10% rake.
Yes, 10% takeout. That's what we take back. Give the rest to you. And for those 5 races in each sequence, remember, that's a 50-cent minimum wager. You can use more than one horse in those tickets. Kevin and I will structure tickets and kind of show you what races we think you need more horses in, maybe some races you can narrow down, and you can play around with that, add and subtract as you wish, but that 10% takeout just gives a little bit back for that payout, and those payouts have been big anyway, because we've seen just maybe 1 or 2 upsets in each sequence that send them off into space with the payouts. It's been really nice all year long, and that takeout just makes it a little bit sweeter.
See, you ate those tacos during the bell video.
Gone.
Yeah, very delicious.
Yeah.
Now, thanks again for joining us tonight for the pre-race show. We've got another one, a handicapping event. We call it Today at the Races. Dan Flanagan, renowned handicapper. He'll join Kevin Gorg. They're going to go through the 8 races, guaranteeing you 6 winners. And it's all brought to you by Touchdown Tile.
Touchdown Tiles today at the races starts right now. If you're here at Canterbury, come on down to the paddock. My name is Kevin Gorg. I'm normally the track analyst, one of them. Today I'll be the track announcer with Paul Allen on assignment in New York with the Vikings. To my right is Dan Flanagan. Dan is what we call one of the Sharpies here in the business. This guy has represented Canterbury 11 times. This year will be his 12th time at the NHC. Dan, welcome to the paddock. Welcome to Today at the Races.
Yeah, great. I'm super excited to be here, and we have a really good card tonight.
We do.
It's going to be, hopefully we'll get some prices.
Yeah, you know, it's a big weekend for Canterbury. We got a great card tonight. We got perfect fall weather. We've got the sale tomorrow. You and I were just talking about that, but I want to get to the root of how you fell in love with horse racing. How did you come to the game?
Yeah, I used to go out to New York for work a lot, and I got into a syndicate out in Saratoga, Sovereign Stables, kind of the Gatzis family. They're pretty popular out there. We had some success. It was really fun, but I wanted to see them live here, and I claimed a horse in 2006, a Minnesota bred from Churchill Downs, Cousin Sue, for people that have been around here a long time.
Yes.
And so we brought Cousin Sue over. I met Vic Hansen like the same week, and he's become a great family friend. My kids grew up with him, and we've had horses ever since. So it's been really fun, and I've met some just great people, and we just love coming out here. It's one of the nicest places in the nation to see races.
And Vic Hansen, one of the real quality guys here that's been here day in, day out for many, many years at Canterbury. In all your travels, you ever been to a baseball game at Fenway Park?
I have.
Now, I look at Saratoga, and I've been to racetracks like you all over the country. When I walk into Saratoga, which I did this past July, a couple months ago, it feels like I'm walking into Fenway Park. It is literally like a walk back in time, and I love it.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. And I encourage people that haven't been there, if you're into horses, and even if you're not, you know, it's worth a special trip during the summer. You know, every year we try to go to a different track, and I've pretty much hit them all by now, you know. But I love going out there. I love going out west. But really, here is really one of the nicest places to come. And I'm not just saying that. I mean, it truly is. And when I bring friends that come to town and they can't believe how nice it is. So it's a really special place. So.
It is. I've been coming out here since 1985, almost 40 years now. And every time I pull in the parking lot, I still get butterflies. I still get excited. It's a magical place. And tonight, you know, a kid that grew up watching and idolizing Tony Bentley calling the races here at Canterbury to fill in 5-6 times a year for PA. It is a thrill, and I don't take it for granted. I look at your handicapping. Your record speaks for itself. Some guys like to go back and be trip handicappers and look at replays. Some guys are pace handicappers. Some guys just look for speed. We got a regular that plays from Arizona named Negative Dave. He tries to handicap to the quarter pole and pick the horse that's going to be on the lead. What is your strategy?
Yeah, you know, I think I probably – a little bit of everything. I think replays is the one thing that really good handicappers, because it's an extra time. You know, it's kind of a pain in the butt to look at replays. But what you see in the form, if you know, in the last kind of 3 words at the end of every race, they say stumbled out of the gate or something like that. But you have to watch the race. There's a lot of ways to stumble. There's stumble and the nose, you know, the horse hits its nose, or it's barely even a stumble. So I think if you look at replays, you get kind of an advantage. But really, you know, as a handicapper, and you know, I like to bet as well. I really just am looking for value, you know, and so I'm not always. Basically, when I look at a form, the first thing I do is I look at the favorite, and I think the morning line at Canterbury is really solid.
So do I.
Some tracks you'll see a 3-1 morning line, and it goes off at 10-1, and you knew it'd be 10-1 but here it's really true to form. So you can look at the favorite like in the first race, and then I can see if it can be beat, and I try to beat it. You know, so. Yeah,
you and I actually have a similar path. I'm big into replays. I start at the favorite, and I, in each track, try to take an inventory of how good the morning line guy is. And I'm going to tell you, our guy here, Brandon, at Canterbury, is as good as any morning line guy out there. Now, I get it. Kentucky Downs and Saratoga, they might be harder tracks to make a morning line, but I do appreciate the effort that he puts in. And I think that this morning line is true. And if you look at race 1, and the betting's already started, it figured that the horse we both like was going to be a price. Now, I don't know if we're going to get the 8-9-1 I saw earlier in the wagering, but take me through race 1 because we're going to land on that number 7. I think this horse has a real shot.
Yeah, you know, I think it's a very competitive race. You know, what I was just talking about. So I look at the 4 here. You know, it ran a really good race the last time, but if you look at the times, just the times itself, I don't think the horse is going to get the lead. Running 48 and 112. So I think, you know, a lot of horses, when they get to the lead and they get comfortable, they run a little bit better. And so I look at the race and I try to beat it, right? So, yeah, so I went with, so I had 7, I think, looking at the race here. It ran a pretty nice race in the turf, tried Allowance Company, which always is a nice move. You have some confidence, a little bit bigger purse. Did not disgrace itself at all. Ran a really good race. Now kind of coming back to the claiming ranks, and I think it'll be running in the end. So I really like the 7 here.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm going to take the race 7, 5, and 3. I'm going to try to beat the 4 just like you. I think the 3 is probably the horse to beat. I saw that horse was taking the early money. When you see Mac Robertson, and again, you've cut your teeth on gambling and wagering at Canterbury. Mac is one of those intimidating trainers that always wins at such a high percentage, especially in September. How do you factor that into your handicapping?
Well, you automatically give it a little bit of a bigger look. The one thing about Mac is his horses are always ready to run. They always run a good race, whether they win or lose, but they're there and they want to be there. So, I always give it a little bit, but they're also overbet a lot too, right? Because of that. So you kind of balance it out a little bit. You make your own morning line maybe a little bit and just kind of figure it out. But of course, Mac's probably in my top 3 in half these races. So.
Hard not to be.
Yeah. So.
All right, that's race 1. That's a 7.5 furlong grass race. Dan Flanagan, Kevin Gorg with you here in the paddock. Race number 2, 6 furlongs. Danny, these are state-bred fillies and mares looking for their very first career win. Small field, and I thought this race was going to be maybe kind of formful. Yeah,
I think it's going to be a pretty decent pace, especially the lightly raced maidens. They tend to go out to the front a little bit and just maybe try to get an easy lead. And so, I originally had the 6 here that got scratched kind of for a price. But I went with the 3 here. Wait, is that right? No, I'm sorry. I went with the 1.
Sorry. You and Andrew on the 1.
Yeah, sorry. I was looking at the wrong one. Yeah, so I went with the 1. I was really between the 1 and the 5. I think you went with the 5, right?
And I had the same issue. I was torn between 2 horses.
And so for me, it's a couple of things. I think I might get a little bit of a better price with the 1. They're maidens. They're both, they may go 1-2, right? And so I just think really it was a price thing for me. I could have easily went with the 5. The 5 looks just like it's easy one to beat as well. But the one thing too is, the 5 ran 2 races kind of the same. I think the 1 may improve a little bit. And so that's kind of, I went 1, 5. And then because my 6 got scratched, I threw in the 2. 2 has some speed. And speed out here is always dangerous and definitely could come in and, get in the trifecta.
Yeah, the extra half furlong to me is going to be a separator tonight. They were 5.5 last time. Your horse, Midnight Joy, hadn't raced since July of 23. So I think the upside clearly is there. The question I had is, are the 1 and 2 going to hook up? And with the outside post, is the 5 going to get a really nice trip stalking? I think that's the path to victory for the 5. But I do think the 1 is certainly the horse to beat. If you like the 5, that's the horse you fear. I go 5, 1, and 2. Race 2, probably the most vanilla race on the card. Race 3, a different story. Dan, we got 1 mile here. Again, we've got maidens, this time claimers, and another race where I think we could see a price.
Well, this is another great example of looking at the favorite here, the 10, which much improved on the turf, but draws wide. It's going to be a short price. So I immediately look at this race and go, okay, well, how can I think the 10 can be beat. So I went, I first went with the 6 here, which I think is really interesting. Anytime I see him run on dirt, and kind of laid a bunch of eggs there running on dirt, goes onto the turf, runs a really, really nice race, a really good time as well. So I really like the 6 in this race. I think if the 10 was more on the inside, then maybe you go with the 10. But I'm going to go against the 10 being on the outside. I went with the 6, and then once again we got. I went with the 10 in second, just because because I think it'll be there. And then I went with the 9. The one thing about the 9 is every once in a while it runs a pretty good race, right? It pops a good race, and then kind of if it pops one of its kind of 50-buyer races, which it has plenty of them in its form as you look back, it could definitely get in the trifecta for sure. Or exacta.
That's a gimmick horse for sure. I don't have a lot to add. We're on the same horse here in race 3, so we're the same in 2 of the first 3. This high Ransom, this 6 horse in race 3 ran way too well last time to get beat at 49-1. If this horse can duplicate that effort, there isn't a ton of speed in here in a crowded field. I think this horse could be loose around the turn. I'm going to go 6, 10, and 2. 2's my goofball for the Superfecta. I would not win bet a horse that's 0 for 22, but it's one of those horses like the 9 that I think can pop in there at a price in your Superfecta. 6, 10, and 2 for me. And we move on to race number 4, and these are always really difficult races to handicap. These are babies, 2-year-olds. A lot of times we call them a blank race, Dan, because half the field hasn't started. How did you tackle race 4?
Well, right away I look and I see that the few that have started have not really done much, right? So, if I'm at the NHC, like, I won't even play a race like this.
Right.
Choose from a bunch, and I'm just not really great with the maiden races. But so none of them really did anything. So I'm looking for a firster right away. And once again, I look at the 1 and the 8 as the two horses that probably would be the best. But I'm going to go with the 1 here because I think the 1 might be a little bit of a better price. Now, being on the rail as a maiden,
it's pesky. It
can be tough. But we've had some good works here. And I think if it can kind of get out of the gate and get to the front, it can win. You got a 30% Fuentes and Matt Williams. So, I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me. The 8 is, an obvious horse here. I think 11 of its siblings is won. Well-bred. It's been working around real well. And so I put the 8 in second. And then, the third is, you got Tony. He wins at 20%. I think he has a lone sibling that's won a lot of money, 150 grand or something like that. 20% trainer, you got Tony Arroyo, and it's a firster, and I think it'll be ready to go. So I went with 1, 8, and 6.
Yeah, I go 8, 1, and 7, and I was just like you. I was torn between the bookenders here, and I don't know about the price. I guess with first-time starters, sometimes the barns will dive a bunch of money in, but I just thought the post position outside was far superior to being trapped inside. I would not be surprised if Fuentes gets this one horse, Hoot Owl, out of the gate and they go, but I don't like that inside post for a first-timer, so I swung to the 8, 1, and 7 in the 4th. That's a race to come down to the paddock, see Angela, watch the early betting. It absolutely matters in those baby races. We segue to race 5 now, back half of the card. And Dan, we got a turf sprint, and I love turf sprints at Canterbury. This one happens to be a maiden special weight, but we run all kinds of different levels at 5 furlongs on the grass. And how did you tackle this?
Well, immediately I looked and I saw at least, probably 5 horses can win this race. So it's a good betting race. It's actually a really good betting race. Because the field's, large enough, I went with the 4, and I'll explain why in a second. But, it's 5-2 morning line. In a shorter field, you're going to probably get even money. But maybe with so many horses that can win, I could get 5-2 or 3-1.
Oh, I think you will.
I try to avoid that usually, but I think here I might be able to do it. I went with the 4. I think it's the speed of the speed to me. The one thing, the barn turf sprints, Joel's 4%, and but on the turf he's 22%. And I think I think I'm going to get a little bit, get a little bit of a price. So I went with the 4. In second, I went with the 9. The one thing about the 9, and I think a lot of people put it on top as well, and some other things I looked at, is I'm just not sure if it wants to be sprinting. I mean, it definitely fits in this race. Got to the lead, going long. Now it's going 5 furlongs on the turf, a completely different game. And so I did. That's why I kind of had the 4 in front, or 4 in first, 9 in second, and then. Once again, I got Mac and Colorado. I got the 8. I think the 8 can kind of close on the turf. The one thing is it's kind of a little bit far back, to start, and that's always a little bit of a difficult spot. So I can see that 8 coming into the try, and being third.
I think if you're betting a try or super, it's hard to leave the 8 off your tickets. I'm going to give Dave Miller's horse, Yams, a shot here. 8 length lead in the main track last time. I think the cutback will do some good for this horse. The lone start on synthetic was at Gulfstream against some tough competition, did flash speed, so I don't think the turf will be a problem. You're right, though. The 4 is definitely the horse to beat. Kelsey's on the 2, Red Volta, who's had 10 tries, 4 straight seconds. That's not the kind of horse that I bet to win. Will I use the horse in my exotics? Yes, but 0 for 10 horses that run second every time are a recipe for voucher disaster. I'm going to go 9, 4, and 8, and I'll mix the 2 into my exotic wagers. Yep. Race 6, 1 mile, back on the main track we go. Morning line favorite here, set by a professional who we both respect, is West Island, the 2 at 5-2, who I think is going to be tough to beat. Danny, you go a different direction. How come?
Well, right away you can see that the 2 and the 8 are pretty formidable, but in this kind of race, it's I feel it's a little bit wide open for a price. I went with the 3. It's kind of my value pick of the day, I think, where I can get a price here. If you look, ran pretty well off a 4-month layoff. It's a $250,000 purchase from the Fasig-Tipton sale, probably as a weanling, it looks like. And it's got some back class, too. You have Saratoga, you have Churchill Downs. You definitely have some quality. And I think if I get anything close to 8-1, I'm going to put a pretty big bet on it. So I think it's got a real good shot. And then, of course, I put the 2 makes a lot of sense here. I put the 2 in second. 7 for 14 in the money. Really hard to keep a horse like that out. It seems to be a little bit better on the dirt as well. So I think that's going to be the 2 is going to be a tough customer, but I'm hoping the 3 does.
Hi, John.
And then I have the 8 in third. It's an obvious contender. Has speed. Is always in the mix. Won the last 3 races. So I think that's why I think if the 3 can win, I'm going to get a pretty good price because the 2 favorites look pretty strong.
Yeah, and I've got West Island on top, but out of respect for you, I've got that 3 in second. I think St. Elmo is a very, very interesting horse. I like the workout since its last start. Second time off the bench. There's lots of angles to use there. I've got the 2 on top. West Island, to me, is a horse that can make his own trip. He's got speed. He's got a good post. He's proven he doesn't need the lead. He can pass horses, which he proved when he ran second to Papo Rizzo. The 8 is Cliff Diver off 3 straight wins. I think that eventually ends up being the favorite. I think they're going to overbet Cliff Diver. I'm going to try to beat him with the 2. I go 2, 3, and 8 in race 6. Right. We sail on to race number 7. 5.5 furlong, maiden 7,500. And this was one of those races, Dan, as I looked at it, where I thought to myself, it's September. There are barns that need a win, and there are horses in spots for a reason. So I'm going to try for an upset here. Who do you like?
Well, I was kind of between the 2 and the 8, and normally I would be 2 is probably going to be a little bit better price, but I went with the 8, and the reason I did is the 8 beat Baby Nova by 4 2 races ago, and then the last race had a little bit of traffic trouble. Baby Nova did beat Charmed by a neck, but I think that this horse can come back. And then also if you look Vestes, who last night won by 5 at Oaklawn, was right in the mix too and had a really good race. So I went with the 8. I went with your 2 in second. I think it can. Yeah, I think it's. It was really close between the 2 of them. So I went 8-2, and then I put the one ran its best race last time. I don't know if it's going to be able to duplicate going short, but I'm not really, like the one before, I'm not really sure it's a sprinter. But I went 8-2-1, but I'm really close between the 8 and the 2, and that's something that I could change at the last minute.
Sure.
The 2's a big enough price, and the 8's pretty low. I'm going to bet the 2.
Yeah, I'm cheering for the 2. Santiago Tranquilino is a trainer sitting on a win. He's had 9 second and thirds. He's 0 for 21. It feels like the right spot to me. But the one that you talked about, Ukraine Strong, is the key to the whole race because on paper, the 1 is the only horse that has enough early speed to do anything to push Baby Nova. I think Baby Nova looks like this horse should be loose and should be gone. If you go back and watch the replay, I'm with you. I love watching replays. Palace Attained was a 1-5 favorite who had dropped from maiden special weight, and Baby Nova went up and did all the dirty work. And I mean, eyeball to eyeball, took the lead. I bet this horse last time at 8-1, and it was a heartbreaker. I got 8-1. I got the lead turning for home, and then the maiden special weight horse came back and got me late. I just think Baby Nova tonight is loose. I think the barn gets their first win. I go 2, 1, and 8, but if the 1 goes with the 2, then the 8 will roll right by, and you're on the right horse. Final race of the card is race 8, 1 mile, claimers, $4,000. We both talked about this before we started the show here. Of all the races tonight, I think this one might be the most logical favorite winning and the lowest price favorite winning. I think we're on the right horse here with the 4.
Yeah, I think the only issue with the 4, and I definitely agree it's going to be probably the shortest price, is, it's a deserving favorite for sure, but it starts from pretty far back, and so you can always run into a little trouble there. So I went with 4, 5, and 2, but really, I could easily bet the 5, if the prices. I think the 5 could definitely win this race as well. And the way we're talking with the 4, the 4 could be a 3-5, and you might be able to get 3 or 4 to 1 on the 5. Then I would probably bet the 5. But I went with 4, 5, and 2.
Yeah, I've got the 4 on top. I think it's going to be a very formful finish to the card tonight. Maybe if you're doing a final 5 ticket, you can single Mac here. If you want to get just a little creative, and Dan talked about it very adroitly, this horse does come from the clouds. I didn't see a lot of speed, and I think the 6, who I have in second, might be loose on the front. Now, he hopped at the break last time. You can go back and watch the replay. Normally, that horse bounces right out of the gate. In fact, the race prior on the turf went 22 flat and dueled on the front. I think the 6 is loose here. I was very, very close to picking the 6. I went with the 4, and I'll tell you, Dan, if they overbet the 4 and the 6 ends up at 5 or 6 to 1, I will have a win bet on this horse, and I will have the 6 on my final 5 tickets. So I'm 4, 6, and 5. I acknowledge that the 4 is likely going to win, but I am very fearful of the lone speed that might be the 6. And before we let you go, your favorite track this time of year. So we're into September, fall racing, and you can look maybe forward to a place like Keeneland. You've got Del Mar right now. You've got Kentucky Downs. As a guy that loves to play the horses outside of Canterbury, which tracks do you migrate to this time of year?
Well, Vic Hansen goes down to Remington Park
there you go.
in Oklahoma City, and we often have horses running down there as well.
Big fields, too.
Really good fields. There's a lot of claiming going on. It reminds me of kind of like a smaller Oaklawn where there's just a ton of claiming going on, and there's a lot of really quality races. And we go down there probably 2 or 3 times this time of year. So, and Keeneland's always very special, obviously, in October. That's like Saratoga we talked earlier. That's worth a definite special trip. Great restaurants, great track.
Oh.
They got the sale coming up, next week. So yeah, there's a lot of good things. But we really enjoy Oklahoma too. But we like this the best.
Well done tonight. Guys, this is one of the best handicappers literally in the country, and he's here at Canterbury on a regular basis. If you didn't write his picks down yet, we'll have his picks up on our grid, race by race. Jim Flanagan, it's going to be an honor to work with him here tonight and watch how our picks kind of come together. Hopefully they help you make some money. That's why we do the show. This is Today at the Races. I'm Kevin Gorg, in for Paul Allen. They'll be at the gate inside 15 minutes. Have a great night at Canterbury Park.
Thanks.
The sweet sounds of Sir Leonard Dykert bring them onto the track for tonight's first race. Win Play Show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3, and the 10% Takeout 50-cent First 5, Pick 5. All starts in 6 minutes. All right, fans, time to take a look at that 50-cent First 5, Pick 5. Look at the betting in race 1. The lowest price on the board, favored right now, is 4-1. That tells you what a tough race this is, and that speaks to why I'm using 5 of the 8 horses on my Pick 5. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. The 7's 10-1 and is my top pick in the race. The rubber is going to meet the road early on this Pick 5 ticket. I'm going to single Kind Kismet in race 2, who I think gets a dream trip. Race 3, once again, I got to go deep. 2, 6, 9, and 10. I've got the 6 on top, who's 5-1. Race 4, I'm going to use 1, 7, and 8. The logical ones there in race 4. And in race 5, the 4 and the 9 are my 2 horses. It's a $60 ticket. It's got the potential to be one of those big ones. We've seen hundreds, sometimes $1,000 given away in these Pick 5s, upwards of $30,000 and $40,000 this season at Canterbury. You owe it to yourself to put a ticket in. You can play mine as it is right there for $60. You can modify mine. You can play your own, but you can't win it if you don't get in it. The first 5 and a beautiful 8-race card at Canterbury heads to the turf, and they pop the gate in 4 minutes. Two-minute warning now, 2 minutes. Welcome to Saturday Night Racing at Canterbury Park. It's presented by Continental Diamond and the Minnesota Lottery. Tonight we've got tacos and tequila. You can experience a flavorful fiesta at the park in the Triple Crown Club. Limited walk-up tickets are available right now, third level at the clubhouse podium. As the horses get ready to link up with the turf course and head to the gate, we want to thank our season-long partners, Loeffler, Apple Autos, Continental Diamond, Maker's Mark, Jim Beam, the Minnesota Lottery, Kim Crawford Wines, Michelob Ultra, Quick Trip, and the official soft drink of Canterbury, that is Pepsi. Almost there. Get those bets in. They've reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race number 1. Nice duel for favoritism here between the 3 Yoda Glitz and the 5 Sunshine Fever. Both around 3-1. The lone Minnesota bred, Sunshine Fever, with the Patriotic Silks, has moved into post 5. Inside 2 have moved in, along with Roland Blackout. Here comes Yoda Glitz and the Bug Boy, the familiar Robertson Silks. Run Bambi Run to post 4. One more left to load. That is Starlet Cole. Have a great night at the races, everybody. There in the gate. And they're off. The field came off to an absolutely perfect dispatch. First to show speed is Run Bambi Run, who leads it, along with Sunshine Fever. To the outside is Starlet Cole. Saving ground inside, a little rank early, is Miss Gold. Then we come back to Roland Blackout. Outside of that is My Last Red Scent in some traffic. Yoda Glitz content to stalk there, 6 lengths off the leader, saving ground inside. And at the back of the pack is Delusional Dream. Only 7 lengths from front to back through an opening quarter mile that went in 23-1. And Run Bambi Run, trying to start a winning streak, leading it by a half length from Sunshine Fever, who clings to that one in second. Outside is Starlet Cole. Kelsey's inside with Miss Gold. In between horses is Roland Blackout. On the wide side is My Last Red Scent. Yoda Glitz continues to save ground and wait for room. And Delusional Dream shades that one. 46-3. And Run Bambi Run is trying to put the race away into the far turn and opens up a 2-length lead. Sunshine Fever, now the warning call, being asked to keep up with that one. Roland Blackout's trying to close in. Outside, way outside, is My Last Red Scent, and Yoda Glitz is looking for room. They charge down that Canterbury stretch and still Run Bambi Run. Outside is Roland Blackout, who's rolling down that stretch. Yoda Glitz gets out, and Yoda Glitz is full of run. Final football field, Yoda Glitz coming to get all the money. Seraphin Carmona, Yoda Glitz in front. That finishing time up on the board, 129.61. 3 on top as your winner. Second, 6 second, 5 third, photo for fourth. Yoda Glitz drifted up to 9-2 and wins. Rolling Blackout, second. Sunshine Fever, third, photo for fourth. Photo sign is down. Fourth place goes to number 4, Run Bambi Run, who led most of the way. Fans, you can elevate your next date night every Saturday. Limited Continental Diamonds date night packages are available. They include reserved clubhouse seating, dinner, wine, a trip to the paddock, and a trip to the winner's circle. You can find those tickets at CanterburyPark.com. Still got 3 more date nights this month. Get on it at CanterburyPark.com. We had a $10,000 claim here in race number 1. We'll wait for the race to go official, which it just did. The winner, Yoda Glitz, claimed for $10K. Royce Mansour, the new owner, the new trainer, Ed Kurlak. Yoda Glitz, a $10,000 claim. When we get to race 2, we'll be back on a fast main track with a scratch in race 2 of the 6 Island Jive. Jerry Kuzman, $1 exacta, paid $27.50. The trifecta, $49.70. 10-cent super paid $45.30. Second win in 4 tries on the Canterbury turf for Yoda Glitz. And another win for Mac Robertson. Up to 35 at the meet. Another brilliant season for our Hall of Fame trainer. Getting set to move into the winner's circle is the official winner of race number 1. She is number 3, Yoda Glitz. Yoda Glitz is a dark bay or brown 3-year-old filly by Yoshida out of Ritz and Glitz Fold in Kentucky. The winning owners are Hugh Robertson and Joel Zamzow. The winning trainer is Mr. Mac Robertson, and the winning jockey is Serafin Carmona. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Yoda Glitz. Race 2 at the gate in 21 minutes. And they're off. The field came off to an absolutely perfect dispatch. First to show speed is Run Bambi Run, who leads it. Along with Sunshine Fever to the outside is Starlet Cole. Saving ground inside, a little rank early is Miss Gold. Then we come back to Roland Blackout. Outside of that is My Last Red Scent in some traffic. Yoda Glitz content to stalk there, 6 lengths off the leader, saving ground inside. And at the back of the pack is Delusional Dream. Only 7 lengths from front to back through an opening quarter mile that went in 23-1. And Run Bambi Run, trying to start a winning streak, leading it by a half length from Sunshine Fever, who clings to that one in second. Outside is Starlet Cole. Kelsey's inside with Miss Gold. In between horses is Roland Blackout. On the wide side is My Last Red Scent. Yoda Glitz continues to save ground and wait for room. And Delusional Dream shades that one. 46-3, and Run Bambi Run is trying to put the race away into the far turn and opens up a 2-length lead. Sunshine Fever, now the warning call, being asked to keep up with that one. Roland Blackout's trying to close in. Outside, way outside, is My Last Red Scent, and Yoda Glitz is looking for room. They charge down that Canterbury stretch, and still Run Bambi Run. Outside is Roland Blackout, who's rolling down that stretch. Yoda Glitz gets out, and Yoda Glitz is full of run. Final football field, Yoda Glitz coming to get all the money. Seraphin Carmona, Yoda Glitz in front.
The first race goes the way of Yoda Glitz in a last-minute fashion under Seraphin Carmona. They both had a very good season together, and we go on to race number 2. These are Minnesota-bred maidens. These fillies will navigate 6 furlongs without the original outside runner. Island Jive has been scratched from here. Her stablemate remains on the outside, but on the inside is Mac Robertson trying to sweep the double, as well as Seraphin Carmona with Midnight Joy, and this is the way that I'm going to go and start number 3 for her. Mac isn't great off 360-day layoffs plus, but can do it, and he's had some horses very ready to go off slightly shorter layoffs all the year. Midnight Joy was pretty ready to go off that break, and she was off for over a year between 23 and 24. Probably got a lot out of that start. She was behind Kind Kismet, but I saw a little bit more upside with her than with the outside runner, just based on that big layoff, and it's easier to bring a horse back, but still, that was a lengthy gap between ages 2 and 3 for her. Midnight Joy has some speed. She has the inside. We'll see if she can carry it all the way in start number 3. Unc Wen's just to her right. Already has a couple of starts to her in 2024. She did show more speed in that second one. She's a pretty square 9-2 on the board. She took some heat on the lead. She just couldn't hold up, but it was 5.5. Now they go 6. Maybe they can slow things down just a touch. She and Midnight Joy were both involved in that speed duel, so maybe they will take it back just a notch and have a little bit more in the tank when they come down the stretch. Charlie Paints to their right. Probably wouldn't mind if they went very quick early, because she's coming off the turf course and she had done better when she was sitting just off the pace in some of her earlier dirt races this year. Charlie Paints has plenty of seasoning to her. I'll definitely give her that. She's tried a number of different things, really trying to find a specialty, and hasn't quite found it yet. She is 3-1 on the board. Charlie Paints is versatile enough to adapt to the pace. It's just a matter of finding really where she's going to fit into the grand scheme of things. I'm not so convinced that it's this kind of group, but hey, I mean, she's only got 4 to beat in here. Maybe today's the day for Charlie Paints. 4-1 is the price on Chuck's Every Wish. She kind of like Aunt Gwen's going to make her 3rd start of the year, and she showed more speed last time around. It still didn't last very long. She was behind Aunt Gwen's by the time things were said and done. She was a pretty far way back, but she is taking some money in here. Maybe she can improve in this 3rd start of the year. There's just not too many of these, so there's always room for upside and room to take steps forward. It's just a matter of when that could happen. Maybe today would be the day for her. Kind Kismet should be able to take another step forward, as she is making her 3rd career start, and she's only going to make her 2nd on the dirt. She narrowly lost that last one to Pearl Button, but gave her all she wanted down the stretch. She was a few paths wide on the lead. She really improved in that 2nd start. Would not be surprised at all to see her take things home today with that positioning and with that seasoning. She has every right to be the winner of our 2nd today. She's 9-5 on the board, and that is the 5 of them as they head out to the track for race number 2. Win, play, show, exacta try, super double, pick 3, and early pick 4 wagering all on the menu with about 8 minutes to post. They go 6 furlongs. They're headed to the track to do it. Good luck in the 2nd.
Onto the track they come for race number 2. A maiden contest here at 6 furlongs with the scratch of the 6. We offer win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, a rolling double, a pick 3, and the early pick 4 with races 2, 3, 4, and 5. Minnesota bred maiden girls at the gate, ready to rock in 6. And the horses are approaching the starting gate. The official vehicle supplier here at Canterbury Park is Apple Autos. They've offered real horsepower at 5 different locations. Apple Valley Ford, Apple Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Shakopee, Apple Used Autos, Apple Ford Lincoln Apple Valley, and Apple Chevrolet in Northfield. Just about a minute now to get those bets in. Don't get shut out. Race number 2 in the early pick 4 coming up soon. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time here for race number 2. Minnesota breds looking to get their first career victory. Chuck's Every Wish moves in. One more left to load. That's Kind Kismet. There in the gate. And they're off inside. Midnight Joy took a flyer right out of the gate and assumes control. Followed by Aunt Gwen's. In between is Charlie Paints. Then we come back to Chuck's Every Wish. And Kind Kismet is tracking from 4 lengths off those leaders. They ping-pong on the front end with Aunt Gwen's leading it by a neck. Midnight Joy right there on the inside with the jockey and the trainer looking to sweep the double. 4 lengths back to Charlie Paints. Outside of him comes the favorite Kind Kismet. And at the back of the pack is Chuck's Every Wish. 22-2, and there goes Aunt Gwen's. Aunt Gwen's quickly opens up 3. Midnight Joy spinning the wheels. Charlie Paints trying to close in, and Kind Kismet now unwinding from far back as they bend around that turn, and Aunt Gwen's has had to work hard to get the lead, and Charlie Paints and Kind Kismet are reaping the benefits. Midnight Joy trying to reconnect with those front markers as they hit the top of the Canterbury stretch. Charlie Paints in between. Outside is Kind Kismet. Midnight Joy still in with a chance in that final furlong. Kind Kismet, Charlie Paints, Midnight Joy, a spine tingler. Is this finally the day? It's Charlie Paints for Danny Chersvik. Finishing time of 1:13.16. 3, 5, 1, and 2. Still unofficial, hold 'em all. Race 2, official and cashable. The Gary Scoop Edwards 3-5 exacta for $1, $7.10. 50-cent try paid $7.75. 10-cent super paid $1.76. The Don Beaupre $2 double, 3 and 3, $53.20. Charlie Paints had 7 starts. She was bet in every single one of them. Kind of got lost in the wagering tonight and gets that first win. On deck will be our third. We're going to go back to a firm turf in race 3. There are no scratches in that big field. No jockey changes as well. A nice $33,000 maiden purse here. And 60% goes to those familiar green and gold silks of Danny Chersvik. Into the winner's circle comes Charlie Paints. She's a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Klimt out of East Side Charlie, foaled right here in the great state of Minnesota. As mentioned, the owner is Danny Chersvik. The winning trainer is Joel Burnt, and the winning jockey is Kelsey Haar. Congratulations to those victorious connections of Charlie Paints. Race 3 on the lawn in 22. And they're off inside. Midnight Joy took a flyer right out of the gate and assumes control, followed by Aunt Gwen's. In between is Charlie Paints. Then we come back to Chuck's Every Wish, and Kind Kismet is tracking from 4 lengths off those leaders. They ping-pong on the front end with Aunt Gwen's leading it by a neck. Midnight Joy right there on the inside with the jockey and the trainer looking to sweep the double. 4 lengths back to Charlie Paints. Outside of him comes the favorite Kind Kismet. And at the back of the pack is Chuck's Every Wish. 22 and 2, and there goes Aunt Gwen's. Aunt Gwen's quickly opens up 3. Midnight Joy spinning the wheels. Charlie Paints trying to close in, and Kind Kismet now unwinding from far back as they bend around that turn, and Aunt Gwen's has had to work hard to get the lead, and Charlie Paints and Kind Kismet are reaping the benefits. Midnight Joy trying to reconnect with those front markers as they hit the top of the Canterbury stretch. Charlie Paints in between. Outside is Kind Kismet. Midnight Joy still in with a chance in that final furlong. Kind Kismet, Charlie Paints, Midnight Joy, a spine tingler. Is this finally the day? It's Charlie Paints for Danny Chersvik.
quite the finish again, and Charlie Paints gets up on the inside. Nice job, Kelsey Hart. We go on to race number 3. Let's go to the turf, shall we? We got a full field lined up for race number 3. I stuck towards the outside as my preferences for this one, but the rail running Lucky Supernova is going to only make start number 2 on the turf. Sometimes Lucky Supernova does show speed. When he was on the turf most recently, though, he did not. He was on a good course that day, though. Maybe Lucky Supernova will be more interested in going up front with a firm turf course to work with, and that's definitely what we've got today. Usually he has come from just a bit off things, though. Morales got a chance to get to know him last time, and now they'll team up again. Lucky Supernova is one that I would maybe use underneath, maybe in some supers and tries. He's 8-1 at the moment, and that's the price you're getting on all of the inside 3 entities, including PR, Call Me Maybe. There's been a lot of tries for this one. He has got very, very close, especially when it's been on our turf, to breaking his maiden, but PR, Call Me Maybe has just come up a touch short. Brian Pena has got some very good races out of him recently, though. He's back in the saddle, and they're staying at the same level. There are some things about PR, Call Me Maybe that make him usable, just maybe not on top. West Dakota to his right has some speed. Cat Bedford and Seraphin Carmona, he's looking for another win today, are re-teaming up. This is only the second try this year going on grass 2 turns for West Dakota. He really has to step things up, but at least the speed part of the equation is there. He should be pretty far ahead of at least the 2 on his inside. Maybe Braggadocious to his right, but these 2 have similar sort of running styles on their best days. West Dakota is taking some money, though. Braggadocious usually does, and right now Braggadocious is 7-1, but I wouldn't expect it to last. Lots of turf racing in the past for this one, and he's a versatile sort of runner that Chad Lindsay knows very well. He's been aboard him for his last 4 starts. They have all been very different as far as the tactics that he has taken. Sometimes he's been close to last. Last time he was dueling for the lead. Braggadocious provides some sort of speed, though. If Chad Lindsay senses things are getting a little bit pokey up front, he can go and push the issue with Braggadocious. TVW owner trainer with this gray, and he has lots of experience, a lot more than the one just next to him, Bears D. This is start number 2 for Bears D. There were some good works in tow leading up to that debut. Maybe this one just wants exactly what he's getting today. You would think so, with at least the bottom line of the pedigree. This one should do a little bit better with a little bit more ground and some turf. And he was behind Shaman Says, who was winning at second, asking that day. There were some good horses in that field. And if Bears D truly is a turf horse, we should get a better stock of what he can do today. High Ransom almost got the job done last time, just a nose short of Supreme Leader. That was an outstanding race coming out of the Minnesota Derby, and High Ransom showed a lot more speed that day, which would make sense coming out of Stakes Company, going into maidens, and High Ransom is one that is very, very much bred to be a liker of the surface, and he moved up big time when he did get over to the grass. Burn Boss has a lot of experience too, one of a couple from this stable. Burn Boss has stayed up close in the past, just not as much recently. Don't know where that speed went, but he has been against special weights. Maybe going back down to claimers will bring some of that back out of him, and Burn Boss is usually a pretty healthy price. He is right now on the board. Some long shots residing towards the outside, including second timer Time to Escape. Didn't show anything at first asking, but it was on the dirt. Perhaps the surface switch will bring some life back to him, and Time to Escape makes a nice impression down here. The one just behind him, Latin Force, is the one that I put on top. David Van Winkle is going to saddle him up for start 16 to see if they can break the maiden today. Some usable races on our turf in the past. If he can just get a clear run through. I mean, Latin Force is a horse I remember being a rather large 2-year-old, and Latin Force looks like he has continued to grow into his frame, needs to keep his momentum going, but the outside might afford him the option to do that. More money Mo towards the outside. Showed more speed last time, but typically was a 1-1 kind of closer. And Constantino Roman was aboard for a couple third-place finishes. He's another one, just like Latin Force, if they can find some sort of clear run through. Both of them have shown good kick on this surface in the past to be involved, at least in the equation late, if not on top. 7-2 is the price on him, and he is your very, very lukewarm current favorite for race number 3. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, and pick 3 wagers are all a part of this third race. It's an interesting little field of maidens, isn't it? To break that down a little bit further, later in the card, another maiden, a power play. All that's coming from Kevin Gorg in the studio next.
Horses are coming onto the track for tonight's third race on a firm turf. No scratches or jockey changes here. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and a pick 3. Race 3 at the gate, ready to roll in 7 minutes. Tri-State Bobcat brings us our power play of the night. It happens in race 7 with number 2, Baby Nova. Let's take a look at some of the important information. Red Hot jockey Alonso Quinones. That's a good thing. We've got ascending form. Each start, the horse seems to get better and better, and boy, did I like this last race. Palace Attained was a class dropper from Maiden Special Weight Company with speed, and Baby Nova looked like a winner. This horse dueled. Really ran a great race. Probably deserved a better fate, but the class dropper, who was 1-2, just wouldn't go away. And you see around the turn here, they've gone quick. They've gone 22-1 to the opening quarter mile. And Baby Nova sticks the nose in front. This is a maiden special weight horse that Baby Nova is dueling with. Just gets a little tired from working so hard. The class tells. The one horse comes back. The heavy favorite wins. And Baby Nova, as you can see late in this race, gets tired. And a couple of the horses that are racing against Baby Nova tonight end up going by. But that doesn't deter me from thinking tonight this horse is going to be loose. There's no maiden special weight dropper tonight. And Baby Nova is 9-2. This good-looking gray could pay today. Baby Nova, the power play in race 7. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race 3, another great betting race here. Lowest odds on the board, 3-1. That's High Ransom. That's the horse that last time out lost a photo at 49-1. Different odds this time, different expectations. Second choice is the 10, More Money Mo. A lot of big fields tonight. Could yield some big payoffs as the card goes on. Next race will start the final 5, pick 5. We're in the middle of the first 5. Mild upset in the first. 3 grays, including the 4 braggadocious, moving in. Bears D. Looking to do the Super Bowl shuffle to the winner's circle, moving in. More Money Mo will be the last in line. Good luck with your bets. Here comes the third. There in the gate. And they're off. Little traffic out of the gate for Bears D. Got shuffled back second last. Inside is Lucky Supernova. Middle of the track is High Ransom. Right behind those comes West Dakota. Then we come to More Money Mo. The 7, Burn Boss, sitting 6 lengths off those leaders. Latin 4 shades that one. Braggadocious, 4th last. Then it's to the inside to PR Call Me Maybe. Bears D is recovering nicely. Has 8 to make up. And it's a gap of 5 to the tail of the field. The time to escape. They went 22-2, a very fast opening quarter mile for the favorite High Ransom, who's getting anything but a base on balls here tonight on the front. More Money Mo, a menacing presence there in second. Then it's West Dakota. Inside of that one comes Lucky Supernova. Outside in the 4-path is Latin Force. In between horses comes Burn Boss, and they go 46-3. They pepper through a half mile here with High Ransom dictating terms. More Money Mo is closing in, so is Latin Force. West Dakota's getting a great trip if good enough. Bears D has made up significant ground as they bend around that turn. And High Ransom trying to lead every step of the way with Dakota Wood. High Ransom to the top of the stretch with a 3-length lead from More Money Mo and Latin Force. And they stampede into the final furlong, and Latin Force is stoking the fire, but still it's High Ransom who continues to pound away. Big time effort tonight. High Ransom, flag fall to that's all. Finishing time up on the board, 136.29. High Ransom, the unofficial winner. We've got a photo to decide the exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagers. Hold them all. Photo sign is down. The race will finish 6 on top, 9 Latin Force second, 10 More Money Mo third, and the 4 Braggadocious finishes fourth. 6, 9, 10, and 4. Soon to be official. $3.60 for your win ticket on High Ransom. $2 double paid $17.80. Pick 3. Combination was 336 for $1. It paid $69.30. The Jared Allen 6'9", $1 exacta paid $10.40. That 50-cent try paid $15.55. 10-cent super, $9.98. On deck will be our 4th race, back on a fast main track. We have no scratches or jockey changes in our 4th. Heartbreak last time for High Ransom, who lost a photo at 49-1. Bounces back nicely here tonight with that wire-to-wire victory. Good to see Dakota Wood in the saddle for his first win. And getting set to meet the winning connections now in the winner circle is the official winner of our 3rd race. He's High Ransom. High Ransom is a bay gelding, a 3-year-old, by Ransom the Moon out of Mare Sill. Foaled right here in Minnesota by Hannah Miller. The winning owner is Wesley Cook. The winning rider, first win for Dakota Wood. And the winning conditioner is Bill Glitz Jr. Congratulations to the victorious connections of High Ransom. Race 4 at the gate in 21 minutes. And they're off. Little traffic out of the gate for Bears D. Got shuffled back second last. Inside is Lucky Supernova. Middle of the track is High Ransom. Right behind those comes West Dakota. Then we come to More Money Mo. The 7, Burn Boss, sitting 6 lengths off those leaders. Latin 4 shades that one. Braggadocious, 4th last. Then it's to the inside to PR Call Me Maybe. Bears D is recovering nicely. Has 8 to make up, and it's a gap of 5 to the tail of the field. The time to escape. They went 22-2, a very fast opening quarter mile for the favorite High Ransom, who's getting anything but a base on balls here tonight on the front. More Money Mo, a menacing presence there in second. Then it's West Dakota. Inside of that one comes Lucky Supernova. Outside in the 4-path is Latin Force. In between horses comes Burn Boss, and they go 46-3. They pepper through a half mile here with High Ransom dictating terms. More Money Mo is closing in, so is Latin Force. West Dakota's getting a great trip if good enough. Bears D has made up significant ground as they bend around that turn. And High Ransom trying to lead every step of the way with Dakota Wood. High Ransom to the top of the stretch with a 3-length lead from More Money Mo and Latin Force. And they stampede into the final furlong, and Latin Force is stoking the fire, but still it's High Ransom who continues to pound away. Big time effort tonight. High Ransom, flag fall to that's all.
Dakota Wood finishes the job that started last time around. They just barely missed and now score to win the third race. Now we go to race number 4, going 5 furlongs. This is for Minnesotans. The maiden special weight company comes out with 8 in the gate. There are no scratches, no rider changes in here. Not a whole bunch to go on, but you definitely have some talented youngsters to watch for in the future in this 4th race, including Hoot Owl Hoot on the inside. This one is one that I know that Jeff Madej liked quite a bit. I don't like the rail draw for him, but that's about all I don't like, because this one has some very nice horses in the family tree. Lover Girl is one that Matt Williams sent out to win first time around, and it looks like this filly's been working with another one named My Girl Lily. I think she's been working a little bit better than she was. There's some really good blood in the family on this filly. The last time that she worked out of the gate, she was the 3rd best gate work of 4. Maybe there'll be some more distance in the future for this one, but just trying to do the research and finding out what Hoot Owl Hoot will want to do. Maybe not just today, but further down the road. That was my thought with this one. I think that maybe another day, a little bit more ground might be up this filly's alley, but definitely the talent is showing a bit with some of those gate works in the morning. Blushing Bee has a couple of starts to her. To him, that is. Blushing Bee did both of those going 4.5 and 5.5. Now we'll meet right in the middle at 5, but hasn't shown a bunch of speed in either one of them. Still, the experience helps, and De Silva's been aboard for both of them. Maybe he knows this gelding a little bit better by now. He has the son of Beat Jersey. I'd be interested to see what this one does when maybe sprinting on the grass, something like that. But Blushing Bee still showed a little bit more speed, just not enough. Didn't really get out of the gate that well in either start, so some things to sort out, but a big price probably should come with Blushing Bee. He's 9-1, 17-1 on Pa Besto Willie. Right next door, he's a foal to a horse named Diamond Missy, who won first time around. This one didn't show any speed, didn't show much finish. Maybe there'll be something that this one is a little bit better at in the future, or maybe he just needed the start. You can always forgive a horse's first effort. This one had shown some good speed in the mornings. There was some of the gate works that were competitive, and then some that were a little bit further behind. So maybe they're just trying to figure this one out, and they're entitled to. It's only start number 2 for this one. Whiskey Sippy River is on start number 3. He's the son of Gormley, and he's shown a little bit more speed. Sometimes those Gormleys can be pretty good early, but Whiskey Sippy River got left behind by a couple of his stablemates in the process of those 2 races. He's got some making up to do, but still has probably benefited from that experience. They paid a little bit more than the stud fee when they picked him out of the sale. Still, this one needs to do a little bit better in hanging on, as he has shown an ability to get out of the gate, just not finish things off. More Tiger Paw might be better on the turf. There's some turf blood on the bottom line for this one, and More Tiger Paw has just the 2 starts. They're putting the blinkers on him because he, just like Whiskey Sippy River, has not got out of the gate that very well in either one of those first 2 starts. Brian Pena was aboard for the second one. He'll be back aboard again tonight. But this is another one, kind of like the rail horse. Maybe there'll be something that this horse is more of a specialist at down the road. Can't Know is making his debut. Can't Know is related to a horse that you might know named Sir Sterling. Sir Sterling is a half to Can't Know. That one won at first asking at 15-1 out of Foxy Felicity. He was outworked by a horse that's going to run a little bit later next week in the mornings named Miracle Minded, I believe. But Can't Know still has some blood to win early. Has some possibilities to be very quick out of the gate, as you saw that last 3-ace move on August 25th. That looked like a bit of an improvement, and this one does have some works leading up to that one too that weren't quite as fast as that. So maybe turning the corner with Can't Know from Camp Rangsdorf, who are very good with young horses. Mo Dingers comes from Mike Bueller's stable, and they have put out some very fast 2-year-olds this year. Mo Dingers look to be working with some of those, maybe not outworking them. Mo Dingers is the son of Mo Town, and he was a $6,000 purchase as a yearling. He's another one that could very much improve out of his first effort. You can always improve out of a first try, but he didn't get out of the gate very well either. Did make up a touch of ground at the end of things, but Rock'em Sago Connection had left that field behind by that point. Mo Dingers was in amongst horses, probably learned something from it. You're getting a lot of these horses that maybe didn't make the Northern Lights Futurity, but ran with horses from the Northern Lights Futurity, and in the process figured out just what they need to do to be a racehorse, and that's a big advantage on horses like TC Gold on the outside, who is making his first start, but has some things that go his way, including that outside draw, including the fact that he's a foal to Dame Plata. He's a foal to Rush Hour Traffic. He's a half-to-half brother. These are names that you know in stakes ranks in Minnesota racing, and the son of Cross Traffic doesn't have too much work to lead up to this. Normally, you would think that that might not be a great sign, but from this barn, it means they probably caught on to things very quickly. On August 28th, he did fire a bullet out of the gate. That was the only gate work of the morning. TC Gold probably has a lot to him that we haven't seen in those minimal morning works, but we shall find out when he makes his way out into the walking ring. Now, there is a little bit of a delay. There was a delay in saddling these up, but they are going to come out here, and you do have a little bit more than 8 minutes to post, but your favorites are on the inside and on the outside for race number 4, and this does start the final 5. Number 4, Whiskey Sippy River. That rider change is to be announced. Haven't got that information quite yet, but please do note, if you're betting the 4, Whiskey Sippy River, we will have a rider change in this upcoming 4th race. That does start the final 5, and it also provides pick 3, double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering opportunities. You got more than 7 minutes. Do keep in mind, we have a rider change. They're going to walk around back here in the paddock until we get a replacement rider for number 4, Whiskey Sippy River.
Horses come onto the track for tonight's 4th race. Before we get to the horses and the betting options, jockey change here in the 4th and on the rest of the card. Chad Lindsay is off his mounts for the remainder of the card. In this race on the 4, Whiskey Sippy River, make the jockey Constantino Roman. In race 5, number 7, now ridden by Dakota Wood. And we will get the updated changes for the 6 horse in race 7 and the 5 horse in race 8. Chad Lindsay off his mounts for the remainder of the card here tonight. Now in the 4th race, the Tradition Wealth Management Classic, we offer win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3, and another pick 5. The final 5 with races 4 through 8 starts right here in race 4 in just 2 minutes. Do note that the race goes in just 2 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for our 4th. Minnesota bred babies loading in. Don't forget tomorrow, great opportunity for you here at Canterbury. We've got our 2024 Minnesota Thoroughbred sale tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Make sure to come out and take a look if you've ever wondered about owning a horse. There's no pressure, just show up. Horse auction tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the Expo Center. It's the 2024 Minnesota Thoroughbred sale. Horses like you're seeing right here in race 4. 2-year-olds with a bright future that can race at Canterbury for years to come. Some of these in here could be rising stars. The fans believe the 8 TC Gold's got some serious talent. Debuting for Mac Robertson, this horse was purchased for $72,000 and is on the board at 4 to 5. Blushing Bee, little cantankerous at the gate now, moving in with the assistant starter's help. Next will be Pahapesto Willie. Pahapesto moving in. Whiskey Sippy River with Roman. And the hot favorite will be the last in line. Good luck, everybody. TC Gold is moving in with Betty Jo Williams. A little reluctant here. The bookenders getting all the betting. They're both debuting. Assistant starters earning their money with these 2-year-olds. All set now. They're in the gate. And they're off. A bit of a tardy start for more Tiger Paw. Anything but tardy on the inside for Hoot Owl Hoot. And Hoot Owl Hoot quickly out there by 3. Whiskey Sippy River is next. Then Pahapesto Willie. To the outside goes Mo Dingers, who's making a nice mid-race move, followed by TC Gold. Then we come back to Blushing Bee, and at the tail of the field is more Tiger Paw. Hoot Owl Hoot, hooting along with a 4-length lead from Whiskey Sippy River. Inside is Pahapesto Willie, outside is TC Gold. As they bend around the turn, this debuting Hoot Owl Hoot has done all the heavy lifting and leads it by 3. TC Gold out after that one as they approach the stretch run. Hoot Owl Hoot from TC Gold. Hoot Owl Hoot burst out of the gate, showed speed all the way, and one look was all it took. Luis Fuentes and Hoot Owl Hoot. That finishing time up on the board, 1 minute, 0.53. Super impressive debut tonight for Hoot Owl Hoot. We've got the photo sign on the board to decide the exacta tries and superfectas. Here come the minor awards. 1, 8, 5, and 4. Nice selection by Dan Flanagan, who joined us in our Today at the Races program. Dan will be representing Canterbury for the 12th time in the NHC here this upcoming winter. One of the best handicappers in the country. Had a strong feeling that this first-timer Hoot Owl Hoot could run, and boy, did that horse make Mr. Flanagan look smart tonight, dusting that field comfortably. $6.20 for your win ticket on Hoot Owl Hoot. That trifecta paid $35.25. Superfecta, $33.82. The double, $11.80 for $2 on the 6-1 double. Pick 3 paid $28.90. The Mike Eves 1-8, 18 exacta, $8.30. Impressive indeed tonight for the victorious youngster Hoot Owl Hoot, who gets ready to join a crowded winner's enclosure. Hoot Owl Hoot is a 2-year-old chestnut gelding by Westover Wildcat out of Jubilee, Say. foaled right here in the great state of Minnesota by the owner, Jeff Chandler. That's a double dip for Jeff. Winning trainer is Matty Williams, and the winning jockey is Luis Fuentes. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Hoot Owl Hoot. On to the fifth we go, back to a firm turf course. In the fifth race, we have that jockey change on the 7 sending. Make the jockey Dakota Wood, and do note that Chad Lindsay is off his mounts for the remainder of the card. At the gate for the fifth in 22 minutes. And they're off. A bit of a tardy start for more Tiger Paw. Anything but tardy on the inside for Hoot Owl Hoot. And Hoot Owl Hoot quickly out there by 3. Whiskey Sippy River is next. Then Pahapesto Willie. To the outside goes Mo Dingers, who's making a nice mid-race move, followed by TC Gold. Then we come back to Blushing Bee, and at the tail of the field is more Tiger Paw. Hoot Owl Hoot hooting along with a 4-length lead from Whiskey Sippy River. Inside is Pahapesto Willie. Outside is TC Gold. As they bend around the turn, this debuting Hoot Owl Hoot has done all the heavy lifting and leads it by 3. TC Gold out after that one as they approach the stretch run. Hoot Owl Hoot from TC Gold. Hoot Owl Hoot burst out of the gate, showed speed all the way, and one look was all it took. Luis Fuentes and Hoot Owl Hoot. Outside, way outside, is My Last Red Cent, and Yoda Glitz is looking for room. They charge down that Canterbury stretch and still run, Bambi, run. Outside is Rolling Blackout, who's rolling down that stretch. Yoda Glitz gets out, and Yoda Glitz is full of run. Final football field, Yoda Glitz coming to get all the money. Seraphin Carmona, Yoda Glitz in front. Joy trying to reconnect with those front markers as they hit the top of the Canterbury stretch. Charlie Paints in between. Outside is Kind Kismet. Midnight Joy still in with a chance in that final furlong. Kind Kismet, Charlie Paints, Midnight Joy, a spine tingler. Is this finally the day? It's Charlie Paints for Danny Chersvik. Ransom to the top of the stretch with a 3-length lead from More Money Mo and Latin Force, and they stampede into the final furlong, and Latin Force is stoking the fire, but still it's High Ransom who continues to pound away. Big time effort tonight. High Ransom, flag fall to That's All. Heavy lifting and leads it by 3. TC Gold out after that one as they approach the stretch run. Hoot Owl Hoot from TC Gold. Hoot Owl Hoot burst out of the gate, showed speed all the way, and one look was all it took. Luis Fuentes and Hoot Owl Hoot.
The Minnesota Lottery.
Welcome back to the Paddock Race number 5. We've got 9 fillies dashing 5 furlongs in the turf. It starts our 50-cent pick 4, and this is a very, very competitive heat. Let's take a look at the field. We'll start on the rail with the 1, Ray-tastic. I expect this will be a bit of a price. In fact, right now, is 8-1 on the tote board. Raytastic 0 for 8 lifetime. These are maidens at the maiden special weight level. Jumps up in class off a third place finish last time out. Last 4 have been on the turf. Last 3, this filly has been favored and has failed to find the winner circle. So I think it's going to be a price here. Not my top choice, but certainly one that if you're playing deep in the pick 4 here, you might want to use it. Top jockey in Luis Fuentes and Cody Rosine, one of our top trainers as well. The 2 is Red Volta. Kelsey Haar rides here for Robert Klein. Robert's got 3 horses entered in this race. This is the one that Kelsey gets on. She jumps off another horse to ride here. Lots of speed in Red Volta. Definite player in here. I think this horse can challenge for the front, if not find it. But there is a considerable amount of speed in here, which could set it up for the horse that I've got on top. We'll get to that one later here. But Kelsey Haar in the mix with Red Volta. And note that in 10 starts, 5 second-place finishes. For you exotic players that like the tries, exactas, and supers, got to have Red Volta on your ticket for sure. The 3 is a first-time starter, Zanzora. This is the second horse from the Robert Klein barn. 8 workouts locally before this start here tonight. Debuts with Lasix. She's owned and bred by Pleasant Hills Training Center. Those are very good connections that Robert Klein has won for in the past. Not sure this is a spot to win, and the tote board right now says 16-1. Number 4 should take some money. There's Baby Doll Peach. It's on top for a lot of different players. I know this is another one with speed. She's got very good speed. Valenzuela rides here for Joel Burnt. We saw Burnt get a win earlier on the card. Again, lots of speed. Last time out, finished second behind Sky Kid at 7-1 odds. I think we'll get less than that today on Baby Doll Peach. Number 5 is Tactical Express. Quinones picks up the mount here. De Silva off, Quinones on. Last couple of starts have not been great at this level. Once going long, once sprinting at this distance on the turf. Lost by 37 lengths, 11 lengths, 24 lengths at odds of over 50-1. So this strictly for long shot players, 14-1 right now on Tactical Express. The 6 is Petite Jean for stakes winning trainer Brucey Rican. Constantino Roman rides here. Petite Jean right now 18-1. Has some speed here. Chased Red Volta last time and couldn't quite get there. The winner of that race was Zong's Irish Frost. That's the horse that beat Red Volta. That horse came back to win next time out as well. So there's a lot of things to like here. And Petite Jean, with that closing move, has a chance to get on the ticket as well. The 7 is Sending. Jockey change here to Dakota Wood. 2 times at the maiden special weight level. Once in the dirt, once on the turf. Lost by 18, lost by 20 at odds of higher than 35-1. Sending a big price tonight. Number 8 is Smarty Be Good, and it's my top choice. Mac Robertson, our leading trainer, he calls the shots here. 2 races back at this distance. Fast closing, finished third behind Red Volta. But Red Volta had it easier in the front end than I think she's going to find tonight. I think with the added speed in this race, Smarty Be Good has a very good chance to pick up the pieces. We're getting 5-2 right now, so the public's aware. The public's going to respond. They're betting this filly down to favoritism. And take a note here that Serafin Carmona does not ride. He did the last 3. Eddie Gallardo takes the mount because Carmona can be found on number 9, Yamiles, for David Miller. Dave's got 3 horses in tonight. This horse looks like it has a very big chance. Has some speed, found the lead last time out, and then tired late. I can expect maybe a tracking trip like we had 2 back when she was running at Gulfstream Park. So she's faced some good horses. This is second off the layoff. We often expect horses to improve second off the layoff. Has speed or can track. That's a very dangerous thing to have in your artillery. And now I think that she can sit off the pace here if Carmona realizes that the pace is hot. So Angela Herman has Yamiles on top. So does Kevin Gorg. The pros, the steam team, they love this 9 horse. 5-1 right now feels like a bit of an overlay on Yamiles. That's a look at the field in race number 5. Again, we're going 5 furlongs on the turf. The pick 4 starts here. It's a 50-cent wager. Can pay tons of money if you find a long shot here. Best of luck. Horses are leaving the walking ring, headed to the main track, and then on to the turf course.
The dulcet sounds of Sir Leonard Dykert bring them onto the track for tonight's fifth. Maidens at 5 furlongs on a firm turf. Make the jockey Dakota Wood on the 7, sending Win Play Show Exec to Trifecta Superfecta, Daily Double Pick 3, and a late pick 4 with races 5, 6, 7, and 8. The maidens at the gate in 6 minutes. Canterbury Park wants to say thank you to some of their season-long partners, great supporters of racing in Minnesota. They include Tri-State Bobcat, Choice Electric, Atomic Data, and our friends just down the road at Culver's in Shakopee. If you're working up a thirst, cashing all those bets tonight, don't forget that Pepsi is the official soft drink here at Canterbury. It's a proud sponsor of Pepsi Family Day on those Sundays throughout the summer. Thank you to Pepsi.
The late pick 4 is starting in 3 minutes, but the late double has a horse that both Kevin and I like. Yep, probably looks familiar. Race 7, like the 2, Baby Nova. The angle is tonight is the night for him to break his maiden, and Baby Nova has been working his way to this point. Baby Nova has started 4 times, but he started out this year at the maiden special weight level. That day he was beaten pretty heavily, but when dropped to this $7,500 level, you can see he went down in class, but definitely got a lot closer at the finish line. Now, in his 3rd start of the year, he stayed at $7,500 claimers, and he managed to almost pull it off. I know that we saw it a little bit earlier, but in case you missed it, check out Baby Nova's most recent race. That's him on the outside, actually taking the lead away from the 1-2 favorite Palace Attained last time around. And even though Baby Nova doesn't finish the drill today, you can still see how well he runs in defeat. This is only lifetime start number 3, like I mentioned before, lifetime start number 4, but Baby Nova has to go a little bit further than he does today. He's battling right down to the line. This horse is 1-2. Again, it's not a surprise that he would come back, that he would give this horse a challenge, and that he would eventually defeat him. It's how gamely this horse ran in defeat that got my attention, that got Kevin's attention, that'll probably get some attention at the windows. But they pulled a trick like this with a horse named Heavenly Gazebo a couple of years ago, that being the connections Alonso Quinones and the barn Santiago Tranquilino. See if they can do it again with Baby Nova.
It is now post time for race number 5. They're moving in line. Smarty Be Good, the 8-horse, favored at 2-1. Co-second choice, the 4 Baby Doll Peach and the 9 Yams. These are maidens traveling 5 furlongs in a turf sprint. Got the 2024 Minnesota Thoroughbred sale tomorrow here at the Expo Center. That goes at 4 o'clock. Looking forward to seeing you all there. Baby Doll moving in. Those Lime Silks. Yamils, Slow Row Stables, last in line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Field came off to a nice dispatch. Inside, Red Volta is quick to show speed. Outside, Yamils. In between horses comes Sending. And Sending wants that lead with Dakota Wood. Challenging Red Volta for the front. Tactical Express gets a good tracking trip. Then it's Smarty Be Good. Shaded to the outside by Yamils. Raytastic is inside. In between horses is Baby Doll Peach, followed by Petite Jean, and way at the tail of the field comes the debuting Zanzora. 21-3, and there goes Red Volta. Red Volta putting the pedal down as they bend around that turn. Tactical Express is scraping the paint. Outside is Yamils as they charge down that Canterbury turf. And here comes Yamils with big strides to the outside. Baby Doll Peach trying to unwind from the back, but this race is over. Yamils in front. Finishing time up on the board, 56.87. Fast time, impressive effort tonight by Dave Miller's charge, Yamils, who takes some late betting and is sent to post at 5-2 in the second choice. And boy, did that horse run to that late betting. Photo on the board now for the Exacta Try and Super. Photo sign is down. It finishes 9-8-4-1. $98.41, soon to be official. Race number 5 is official. $7.40 for your win ticket on Yamils. 10-cent super, $16.65. The double, $13.20 for 2. Pick 3 paid $27.50. That pick 4 returned $52.95. The pick 5, 33619, $784.70. And the old Brian Lawton, $981 exacta comes through. Exacta paid 13 even. Excellent training job by Mr. Dave Miller. Yams debuted in Chicago back in December of 2022, shipped down to Gulfstream Park, made her way to Canterbury, and after a good try going longer on the dirt, he put her on the turf for the first time, and boy, did she run a big one tonight. Getting set to link up in the winner's circle is the official winner of our 5th race, number 9. It's Yams. Yams is a dark bay or brown 4-year-old filly by Palace Malice out of Awesome Omi, foaled in Florida. The winning owners are Slow Roll Stables. The winning trainer, our dear friend David Miller, and the winning jockey with his 2nd win on the card, it's Serafin Carmona. Congratulations, guys, the victorious connections of Yams. On deck, we go back to the main track. Race 6. Fast main track, no scratches or jockey changes. At the gate in 20. There's the familiar sound of the Leg Up Fund bell. Thank you to Slow Roll Stables after their great victory here in the 5th. A nice donation to the Leg Up Fund. Congratulations, and we appreciate your generosity. And they're off. Field came off to a nice dispatch. Inside, Red Volta is quick to show speed. Outside, Yams. In between horses comes Sending. And Sending wants that lead with Dakota Wood. Challenging Red Volta for the front. Tactical Express gets a good tracking trip. Then it's Smarty Be Good. Shaded to the outside by Yams. Raytastic is inside. In between horses is Baby Doll Peach, followed by Petite Jean, and way at the tail of the field comes the debuting Zanzora. 21-3, and there goes Red Volta. Red Volta putting the pedal down as they bend around that turn. Tactical Express is scraping the paint. Outside is Yams as they charge down that Canterbury turf. And here comes Yams with big strides to the outside. Baby Doll Peach trying to unwind from the back, but this race is over. Yams in front.
Congratulations to the connections of Yams. Very, very impressive maiden win in race number 5. She draws off, gets another win for Seraphin Carmona tonight. And frankly, I'm hoping that trend keeps up in race number 6. These go a mile. These are optional claimers. And in our 6th race, Kevin likes the 2 West Island, but we're going to start with the inside horse, Catholic Guilt. This one had shown a lot more speed than he did last time, and that might prove a problem for Kevin's top pick. There's some speed drawn towards the inside of this mile. They're a tough group, and Catholic Guilt, if he could recover to some of that form that he had down in Texas and in Oklahoma, I think he could probably find himself much closer to the front end with Kelsey Haar in the irons. West Island, just to his outside, likes to go to the lead, likes to go pretty quick, but maybe if these two can somehow rein it in, it's been a good tactic to take tonight. And Catholic Guilt has plenty of good work going a mile. He just only tried our surface once. It's not to say he doesn't like it, just he wasn't probably in the spot that he wants to be last time, and he got claimed. Tony Rengstorff took him that day. This will be his first start for the new barn, and they're taking some money right now. He's got the inside and the outside markers, but also at 9-2 is the aforementioned West Island. He's trying to put wins back-to-back in an off-the-turf event last time around that he won by a few lengths. Both of the horses behind him, the speedy Johnny Dar and Outrun Him, did win their next outings. Now, Outrun Him had to change things. He had to cut back in distance to do so, but still very flattered by the fact that he did beat 2 horses that like this track. West Island loves it himself. You can see the record speaks very much for its own. And West Island is versatile enough to be off the pace, but certainly I think that he and Gallardo would prefer to be right up there on the engine calling the shots. St. Elmo right next door, probably not. This one should be near the back early, even though he had shown a little bit of speed in Kentucky earlier last year. St. Elmo this year has not shown the same kind of speed at all, whether he was at Santa Anita or up here, but he did come closing in late. The problem was he came closing in late with Last Martini, who outclosed him. St. Elmo hadn't run since April, should get better in here, and Valenzuela got a little chance to know him last time. Trying to get a look at St. Elmo as he comes around. He looks pretty good tonight, and I think that St. Elmo will be all the better for that race on August 10th. He's out of work since then. He should be a pretty square number, and he is at 6-1. Handsome Harry is more speed to the mix. Handsome Harry didn't show much speed last time, but he was coming back off 9 days rest. He could have maybe just been in against this group for the first time and been run off his feet a touch early. They went quicker early than when he got that last win wire to wire in the slop on August 1st. He'll have to step things up, but as long as he stays in close attendance to the pace, that seems to be the preferred way he wants to run. Handsome Harry has his work cut out for him with some of the speed horses to his inside, but he'll give you a better value than either one of those two will. 5-1 is the price that you get on Last Martini, trying to put wins back-to-back, trying to do so in this category of competition and trying to do it over his favorite main track. You might like all of those things, but Last Martini, I thought maybe would fall into some sort of wide trip. He usually does. De Silva got all along with him last time. I really can't knock the horse too much. I used him underneath. It's just going to be a tough group to close in on, I thought. But Face Value is going to try to do that as well, and Face Value was the horse that I took second in here. He finished second 2 back. He finished third a few back on the turf, but his best race to date up here at Canterbury has come on our main track, and I think the Face Value is definitely heading the right way with some of that tactical speed. He might find a very good spot early. Burning Leaves should be coming from off the pace. Burning Leaves wasn't that far off Last Martini. It's just the fact that St. Elmo was in there, Face Value was in there. Same sort of story for some of these that finished up behind Last Martini in their most recent start. They didn't have an abundance of pace to run down, and I don't know if they'll find it today. Burning Leaves certainly likes it up here at Canterbury, though. Can't knock that part of it, and you can't knock the price either. 3-1 is the price on my top pick, Cliff Diver. Cliff Diver is looking to keep his win streak going. It barely hung on last time by a neck on the turf, but now that he is getting back to the main track, I think he's in a very good spot from the outside. That was a very fortuitous draw. Seraphin Carmona is obviously having a very good night, and the money is definitely following Cliff Diver, who is currently your 5-2 favorite. It's an evenly matched bunch, really, outside of that, and you have 8 minutes to bet this 6th race. If you want to, it's your last opportunity to do a pick 3. You should. You can do doubles, exactas tries, and 10-cent supers as well in the upcoming 6th race. Nice group of optional claimers headed to the track for race number 6. It'll go off in about 7 minutes. And if you haven't tried it yet, check out First Bet online. You can use it on your phone. Easy to sign up for. Get an MVP card. You can do it at the information booth right now. Bet right from your seat wherever you are at Canterbury. That's First Bet. Check it out at any information booth at Canterbury. Good luck in the 6th.
Horses are on the track now for our 6th event of the evening. Win, Play, Show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double, and for the final time tonight, we have a pick 3. Final 3 races included with races 6, 7, and 8. Do note in the 7th race, Dakota Wood rides the 6, D Flash. And in the 8th race, number 5, Political Riot, now ridden by Luis Valenzuela. Chad Lindsay off his mounts for the remainder of the card. And if you're out here live watching the racing here in Shakopee, head down near the winner's circle into the grandstand, because soon our awesome marketing team is going to be firing T-shirts into the crowd. So get in position for some free garb from your friends in the marketing department here at Canterbury Park. Amanda and the entertainment department are ready to give out those T-shirts. Make a little noise, show them where you are, and here come the free T-shirts. try to pick a winner as the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race number 6. The Red Hot Cliff Diver looking for a 4th consecutive victory, favored at 9-5 with the hot jock Serafin Carmona looking for a triple. Good looking allowance optional claimer set to battle here at a mile on this beautiful fall. Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. By order of the stewards and the track veterinarian, there is a late scratch. The 2-horse West Island has been scratched here in race 6. Now, if you had a bet on West Island, if it's a pick 4 or pick 5, you'll get the off favorite here in this race. Win, place, show, exacta, doubles, all that stuff is refundable. You've got some time right now to head back to the window if you want to switch those bets. Horses are going to amble behind the gate here for a couple of minutes. Late scratch of the 2 West Island. In the pick 4 and pick 5, you will rotate to the off favorite. Full refunds available. Win, play, show, exactas, trifectas, all that good stuff. You've got time to head to the window right now if you want to switch and make your bets on somebody else. Everything else is refundable. Off favorites for the pick 4 and pick 5. We'll have a race here in about a minute or two. All right, the horses are getting set to move back in line. The assistant starters taking a hold. Field of 7 now with Cliff Diver 4-5 and favored. Jock looking for his 3rd on the card. Horse looking for 4 consecutive W's. Now just 2 Minnesota breds left in the gate. Last Martini, the 5, and Burning Leaves, that's 7. Loading professionally. Race 6, take 2. Here they come. Cliff moves in. There in the gate. And they're off. Cliff Diver. First to show speed, but now there goes Handsome Harry, hustled out of there by Pena, and Handsome Harry wants the front. As they run by the judges, he's got that lead. Catholic Guilt inside with Kelsey. Then we come back about a length to Face Value. The favorite, Cliff Diver, in a good tracking position, just 3 lengths off those leaders. St. Elmo inside of him, and then a big gap of 6 lengths back to Last Martini and Burning Leaves. Both those horses will do their best running later. 23 and 4, and we've got a pace battle that is stoked up by Face Value. Face Value outside of Catholic Guilt. Handsome Harry takes back into 3rd. Cliff Diver trying to close in now within 2.5 lengths. St. Elmo following that one inside, gap of 6. Back to Burning Leaves, and still nothing from Last Martini. The Minnesota breds are chasing a half mile in 47 and 1, and there goes Face Value. Face Value answered by Catholic Guilt. They ping pong on the lead. Catholic Guilt, Face Value. Face Value, Catholic Guilt. Catholic Guilt leads by a length. Handsome Harry shaken up. Cliff Diver moving in, looming as a danger. Then we come back to St. Elmo, top of the Canterbury stretch. And the long shot, Catholic Guilt, gets a pop from Kelsey and leads by 3. Face Value out after that one. St. Elmo in with a chance. Outside is Cliff Diver trying to keep the winning streak going into the final furlong. Can the long shot get there? Kelsey and Catholic Guilt trying to hang on. Here comes St. Elmo lunging, but Catholic Guilt just got there. The wire came first. Handsome Harry was close, but Catholic Guilt pulls off a big upset. On the board, that finishing time at 1:39.12. Catholic Guilt, the unofficial winner. Second place goes to the 4 Handsome Harry. Third to the 3 St. Elmo. And fourth to the 8 Cliff Diver. 1, 4, 3, and 8. The final 5, pick 5, just got a little spicy. $28.80 for your $2 win ticket. The 10-cent superfecta paid $175.20. The 9-2 double, $4.60. That was a consolation to the scratched horse. The 9-1 double, $115.60. Pick 3, 1-9 and 1, $101.50. The Jewel Erickson Eck 1-4 exacta for $1, $111.50. 50 cents, and that 50-cent try paid $222.15. Kelsey, all odds in that trifecta for those keeping score at home. Getting set to link up with the winner's enclosure is the official winner of our 6th race. It's number 1. It's Catholic Guilt. Catholic Guilt is a 7-year-old bay gelding by Hard Spun out of Purse Strings, foaled in Kentucky. The owners of this victorious long shot are Arundel Ranch. The winning trainer is Tony Rengsdorf, and the winning jockey with her 2nd win on the card, the long shot specialist, Kelsey Haar. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Catholic Guilt. Race number 7 on deck with the scratch of the 5 and a jockey change to Dakota Wood on the 6 at the gate in 21. Another donation to the Leg Up Fund. Thanks for ringing that bell. Awesome job. And they're off. Cliff Diver, first to show speed, but now there goes Handsome Harry, hustled out of there by Pena, and Handsome Harry wants the front. As they run by the judges, he's got that lead. Catholic Guilt inside with Kelsey. Then we come back about a length to Face Value. The favorite, Cliff Diver, in a good tracking position, just 3 lengths off those leaders. St. Elmo inside of him, and then a big gap of 6 lengths back to Last Martini and Burning Leaves. Both those horses will do their best running later. 23 and 4, and we've got a pace battle that is stoked up by Face Value. Face Value outside of Catholic Guilt. Handsome Harry takes back into 3rd. Cliff Diver trying to close in now within 2.5 lengths. St. Elmo following that one inside. Gap of 6. Back to Burning Leaves, and still nothing from Last Martini. The Minnesota Breds are chasing a half mile in 47 and 1, and there goes Face Value. Face Value answered by Catholic Guilt. They ping pong on the lead. Catholic Guilt, Face Value. Face Value, Catholic Guilt. Catholic Guilt leads by a length. Handsome Harry shaken up. Cliff Diver moving in, looming as a danger. Then we come back to St. Elmo, top of the Canterbury stretch, and the long shot, Catholic Guilt, gets a pop from Kelsey and leads by 3. Face Value out after that one. St. Elmo in with a chance. Outside is Cliff Diver trying to keep the winning streak going into the final furlong. Can the long shot get there? Kelsey and Catholic Guilt trying to hang on. Here comes St. Elmo lunging, but Catholic Guilt just got there. The wire came first. Handsome Harry was close, but Catholic Guilt pulls off a big upset.
Very gutsy effort on the inside, and Catholic Guilt and Kelsey Har get up in race number 6. Very well-rationed speed. She gets the job done and adds a little spice into that final 5, like Kevin mentioned. We're on to race number 7, and a lot of us agree on the same horse. There's a lot of maidens tonight. This one is a $7,500 claimer variety going 5.5 furlongs. If you would please scratch the 5 out of here, King in the North. King in the North is out, and that leaves us with the group coming out into the walking ring now. There's 7 of them, and they're led by a 7-to-1 shot. Lots of those to be found in this group. Ukraine Strong is the first at the moment. He's cutting back in distance. This may be just what the doctor ordered for Ukraine Strong. He's been going 2 turns for quite a while. Last time we saw him sprinting was the end of June. He didn't keep up with the pace that day, but I think he might have a little bit more sharpness to him, a little just more air in the lungs, gas in the tank, if you will, whatever you'd like to call it. Ukraine Strong should be a bit better now than he was then. He's 9 starts into his career, and I guess that gives you cause for pause, but still, he has speed, he has the inside. He just has to find a way to get away from some of the speed to his right, including the one on the screen right now, Baby Nova. Baby Nova is the choice of mine, Kevin's, Jay's, lots of people. Baby Nova is going to try to break his maiden start, number 5. You can see him behind me, little guy, but lots of speed to go with him, and Baby Nova almost got that speed home, just lost by a half length. Palace Attain came back on him on the inside. Baby Nova still ran a winning race that day, especially if it was at 5.5, which it is today. And these connections teamed up with a horse named Heavenly Gazebo, who broke his maiden with similar starts to him with speed, and he gets the inside post. There's just a lot to like. He is taking a ton of money. I thought 9-2 was fair, but 5-2 is just what we'll have to take. Bennigan is making his second start. This is a drop from maiden special weights down to 7,500, a move from turf to dirt. He has some things going for him, but Bennigan just didn't really show anything that day. He debuted in blinkers. I mean, he was far behind at the end of things. If you really just toss that out and consider him a first-time starter in whole new settings, he's very playable, and he's 10-1. 7-1 is the price on BL's Concerto. He is quite the opposite of 2 to his inside. He's had lots of tries at this. He can come from off the pace. He can pass horses. He keeps on going, and I mean, that was actually quite a feat on June 23rd. He got stopped in the stretch, couldn't find a way to go through, but BL's Concerto still ran pretty gamely for 3rd. I think this might be a touch short for him, but if he can pick up the pieces, if things go fast, hey, BL's Concerto could be a part of the scene late. You get 5-2 on the 6th, D Flash. Dakota Wood will just ride him, looking for his second win of the night. This one is also dropping from maiden special weights down to 7,500s. He's been in for a tag once, and he ran a good 3rd. That was quite a long time ago, though. D Flash would have to turn back the clock a bit to find that sort of speed and that sort of finish, but hey, stranger things have happened. 8-1 is the price on Professional Grade, and Professional Grade has shown speed going longer. Cutting back in distance is what he and Ukraine Strong are both going to try in here. Both of them have shown a bit of speed, and it could help them with some of that late kick. That's a pretty good price. World record, I thought I would like a little bit better on turf, but he is moving back to the main track. Now the 8 on the outside, Sharmud, should be coming late. I think he might get outrun towards the lead, but he shouldn't be too far out of things at any point. And Seraphin Carmona is having a good night. He is astride the 7-2 Sharmud to round out the 7 for the 7th. This starts the late double, and that is your last horizontal opportunity for the night for wagering purposes. Exactus tries and supers come along with that too. Win, play, show wagers, all of that has to be done in the next 7 minutes. They head out to the track.
Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the screens in the infield, our friends at Quick Trip are giving away free gas for a year to one lucky person here at Canterbury. To enter, all you have to do is scan the QR code on television monitors and the Jumbotron to submit your contact information and qualify to win. The lucky winner will be announced on closing day here at Canterbury. That's September the 28th. the Quick Trip Dash for the Cash is giving away free gas for an entire year. Scan the QR code, submit your contact info, and you might win on closing day, September the 28th. And once again, thank you to our great friends at Quick Trip for their continued support of racing here at Canterbury Park. Attention, Canterbury. Family and friends of the late Scott Hawkins are gathered throughout the racetrack tonight to celebrate his memory. Scott passed away earlier this year. Scott was a longtime racetracker. He started riding racehorses at the age of 13, and he rode his first race as an apprentice jockey at age 16. He rode races at Canterbury, Fairmeadows, Mountaineer Park, and Remington Park. The last few years, Scott could be found galloping horses in the morning. He found a home and a family in the racetracks all over the country. Scott always had a smile on his face and a joke to tell others. He will be missed by racetrackers everywhere. We welcome Scott's family here tonight and all his friends at Canterbury, and we offer our sincere condolences. It is post time now. Post time for race 7 in the late daily double. Sharma the 8 and Baby Nova the 2 co-favored at 2-1 in this maiden race. 5.5 furlong dash. Here comes Bennigan in the purple and orange AAA Ranch jacket. And the gray Sharmud will be the last in line. Good luck with those late doubles. Here comes race 7. There in the gate. And they're off. Field came off to a nice dispatch. Right after the break, there goes D Flash and Dakota Wood. But here comes Baby Nova. The gray is hustling up the inside, and those two have got a length and a half on Ukraine Strong. A jockey is off. Sharmud, the jockey is off. Carmona is off the 8. The 8 is loose and is a pesky, menacing presence within this race. There you see the 8. Jockey's trying to stay safe with that loose horse. Carmona is off the 8, and D-Flash is chasing the loose horse while Baby Nova sits just off that leader. Loose horse with Carmona off means D-Flash has inherited the lead. Baby Nova's going to chase him home. Ukraine Strong is in third. And then it's Bennigan as they turn for home. Loose horse trying to navigate his way down the stretch along with D-Flash. Jockeys have done a nice job here of staying out of harm's way, and it looks like Dakota Wood's on his way to his second victory tonight. D-Flash chasing the loose horse and off by 8. D-Flash, flashy indeed. .105.16 that finishing time. The stewards, our track referees, have posted the inquiry sign, and what they'll be looking at is the circumstances that forced jockey Serafin Carmona off of the 8 Sharmud. Inquiry light posted, stewards taking a look at the circumstances that allowed Carmona to be bounced off the 8. Unofficially, it's 6, 1, 2, and 4. But we urge you right now with the inquiry on the board to make sure you hold all those tickets. Track referees have looked at that replay from various angles, and there will be no changing in any of the orders. Horse took a stumble. Jockey got bounced out of the saddle on their own. So horse had left the gate in good order, took a bad step, losing jockey Serafin Carmona. So there will be no changes here in the 7th race. Couple of wins tonight for jockey Dakota Wood. Horse gets bet down to second choice at 9-5. And into the winner's circle comes the soon-to-be official winner of our 7th race. He's D-Flash. D-Flash is a 3-year-old bay colt by Jess's Dream out of Princess Eris. Foaled in Florida by Dougie Jones. The trainer gets the triple play. Part owner with Lena Croce. Breeder, train, owned, bred. Dougie. Winning jockey tonight with his second win of the card is Dakota Wood. Congratulations on that riding double and to the victorious connections of D-Flash here in race 7. The nightcap here, race 8, the lucky last at the gate in 21 minutes. And they're off. Field came off to a nice dispatch. Right after the break, there goes D-Flash and Dakota Wood. But here comes Baby Nova. The gray is hustling up the inside, and those two have got a length and a half on Ukraine Strong. A jockey is off. Charbot, the jockey is off. Carmona is off the 8. The 8 is loose and is a pesky, menacing presence within this race. There you see the 8. Jockey's trying to stay safe with that loose horse. Carmona is off the 8, and D-Flash is chasing the loose horse while Baby Nova sits just off that leader. Loose horse with Carmona off means D-Flash has inherited the lead. Baby Nova's going to chase him home. Ukraine Strong is in third, and then it's Bennigan as they turn for home. Loose horse trying to navigate his way down the stretch along with D-Flash. Jockeys have done a nice job here of staying out of harm's way, and it looks like Dakota Wood's on his way to his second victory tonight. D-Flash chasing the loose horse and off by 8. D-Flash, flashy indeed.
We're 14 minutes away from the finale on this Saturday night. And for the 8th, we'll go a mile. If you would, please change the rider on number 5, Political Riot, to Luis Valenzuela. Kevin, we've got, the 8th race to get to, but we got the NFL season starting tomorrow. It's the reason that Paul Allen is gone.
Yeah,
starting
exciting.
For us tomorrow here in Minnesota. I want your take, because I know that, you purvey the games. Minnesota versus the New York Giants, your thoughts. And if somebody from outside of Minnesota is looking for your opinion on a game, give them that too.
Well, yeah, real quick, and we've got the football picks we do every week here for free money. You should come down and play Thursday through Sunday. Can win $500. I'm a Bronco fan. I don't mind the Vikings. I think they're a 7-10 team, especially with J.J. McCarthy, who I believe is going to lead them to the promised land down the road. Injured for the year. But I do think they're a lock tomorrow in New York. The Giants gave up the most sacks in the NFL last year. Brian Flores is going to stoke up that defense. There's going to be pressure on a quarterback in Danny Dimes that I don't trust. So Minnesota by double digits tomorrow, but don't get your hopes up. They're still a 7-10 team. And I'm on the Atlanta Falcons to win the Super Bowl. I am taking Kirk Cousins, and I'm also understanding that if he gets hurt, which could happen, they've got a pretty good youngster in Penix behind him. And I got him at 30-1. So that's my NFL touts for the year. And tomorrow we've got that thoroughbred sale here. So I'll be watching my phone, my fantasy rosters, Cousins, the Vikings, and maybe you'll join us and come buy a horse. 4 o'clock in the Expo Center. The Minnesota thoroughbred sale is going to be awesome. So is this 8th race. And we're going to have a big favorite. And frankly, Devil Vision deserves to be favored. It's Mac Robertson. There's a horse I think that might get overlooked that could be a part of the exacta we'll get to, but let's handicap from the inside out. Give us your thoughts on the inside marker.
Absolutely. Okay, Redisser. Redisser is going back to Lynn Rarick. He was in the Patrick Fields barn for a race, but he chased the winner every step of the way last time. It was a 3-horse race. So you look at it and you go, oh, we ran second, but it was still a 3-horse race on the dirt, and Coastal Waters is not much of a dirt horse. So I'm willing to toss that one out, not as a discredit to him, just as that's not happening today. So I think that Redisser is going to end up a little bit further behind. There's a lot of closers in here, and there isn't an overabundance of pace. So if I'm going to take a closer, I'm probably going to look a different direction. But 11-1 might make me look back in that direction as a sort of exotic player. For Redisser over Tiger Hunter, frankly, that's an underlay at 7-2 for me. But did you use this horse in any of your actual plays? Or, I think we both put him underneath.
Yeah, I didn't use him. I've got it 4, 6, 5, 2. I just don't think that race. I know it says $7,500 claimers, but you mentioned it, 3-horse race where one of the horses is a turf horse. Now, Tiger Hunter's an interesting horse underneath. The 2-horse, I think, can maybe sneak into second or third. He's kind of a nibbler, right? He runs decent races, like last time against Pass the Cat, but can he win this race? I don't know. He's a deep closer in a race where I don't see a ton of speed. The 3 might fall into a decent trip, but the question I have, Ange, is the 3 good enough with the front end available to do anything with it?
I'm not sure that the front end is going to be all that available. I think the Political Riot and maybe Rosenquist have to go. I don't think that he can get comfortable. I just don't think that Just Ask Joel can steal the race, if that's what you're asking. I don't see that happening. Even when he did stretch out to a mile, he didn't have the speed to keep up with the leaders. It just seems to be maybe a little over his head, but Just Ask Joel, on his best day, can at least get involved in the mix. I just had to dismiss this one, especially if I'm going to get 5-1. I guess if you're going to ask which one, I would take an exotic. I would rather take Redisser at that price than I would take Just Ask Joel at that price. But either way, at the price that he's at, Devil Vision is not an appealing bet. He's just one of those horses that's hard to get around because he's one of those Mac Robertsons that he drops down to the bottom. And he's dropped this horse down to the bottom essentially twice. Nobody takes him, so he just keeps on going back at these sorts of horses. And if he gets any semblance of pace, which he finally did last time, he'll beat them, and he'll beat them quite soundly. I think that could happen again tonight, and I don't think that they'll go very quick. But they might go 47-3. That's all he would need.
Yeah, he looks tough. Devil Vision is really hard to get around. If I'm betting this race, I'm going to do an exacta. I'm going to key the 4 over the 5 and 6 and wonder if one of those gets loose around the turn. Political Riot to me is interesting. I don't like the layoff. I'm a big fan of Taylor Van Winkle, but this horse ran in the middle of July, and we haven't seen this horse since. So clearly something went amiss. But this horse ran a great race last time. He did all the dirty work and let Pass the Cat come get him from last. I don't think he makes the lead. I think the 6 is the speed. We'll see how much horse Morales has to use to get there. But I think the 6 is fast, Ange, And if the 6 can get clear and looks good on the screen right now, this horse is interesting for the exacta.
And if either one of these two can shake loose from the other, they get double dangerous. I didn't think that they would. So I put them both underneath Devil Vision and maybe hope that Register could get involved in the mix too. But that would be best case scenario on how to play it, and just play it hard and straight, however you view those 3 horses. Now we're 9 minutes away from race number 8. As Kevin pointed out, if you can come and join us later this week, you can get in on next week's football picks. But good luck with all of your selections in race number 8. It's 9 minutes from now, and on behalf of all of us upstairs, thank you for spending your Saturday night with us.
There's the roar of the crowd as Sir Leonard Dykert brings them on to the track for race number 8. Put Luis Valenzuela in the saddle on number 5, Political Riot. We offer win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, and a superfecta wager. They'll be at the gate ready to rumble in 7 minutes. Drawing your attention to near the winner's circle, we've got our lucky winners from our Minnesota Lottery Play of the Day assembled. They're going to hold up placards with a horse number in this race. If that horse wins, that contestant gets $50 in scratch-off tickets from the Minnesota Lottery. All three of the top three finishers get a swag bag full of lottery goodies. There's the winners and their placards. They're cheering hard for the horses here in Race 8. It's our Minnesota Lottery Play of the Day. And once again, thank you, Minnesota Lottery, for supporting racing here at Canterbury Park. And good luck to you, the contestants. We'll have an answer in 3 minutes. Approaching the gate. Inside a minute now. Get your bets in for Race 8 at Canterbury. They're at the gate. It is post time. Big payoffs available in that Pick 5. If you're alive, good luck with those Pick 5 tickets. A 6-pack traveling a mile. We're back next Thursday at 5 o'clock. We've got the Minnesota Thoroughbred sale tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the Expo Center. Come join us and enjoy a fun afternoon. Last horse in line will be the speedy Rosenquist. We're ready for the lucky last. There in the gate. And they're off. Luis Valenzuela takes a flyer with Political Riot, who scoots away to quickly lead by a couple. The favorite Devil Vision in among horses. Outside is Rosenquist. All the way down to the inside to Tiger Hunter. Shading that one is Just Ask Joel. And Retta Sour already has 10 to make up. Political Riot leads it by a length and a half. Rosenquist is out after that one. The heavy favorite, Devil Vision, tracking coyly, just 3 lengths from that leader. Then the long shot, Just Ask Joel, who's got 5 to make up. 2 behind that is Tiger Hunter, and a big gap of 8 lengths back to Retta Sour, who's double digits behind. 24-1 for the quarter mile, and Political Riot dictating terms now by 2 lengths. Rosenquist trying to carve into that lead. Devil Vision and Carmona, a menacing presence to the inside. Just Ask Joel's going for a run. Tiger Hunter kind of spinning the wheels, and Retta Sour's still got 12 to make up, and they've still got Political Riot to catch. Political Riot by a measured length. Rosenquist took that big run, couldn't get by. Just Ask Joel's a huge number, and he makes a sharp move, and Devil Vision being asked the question. Top of the Canterbury stretch. The rail opens up for the big favorite, Devil Vision. Outside the long shot, Just Ask Joel, and they're set to decide this one. Devil Vision inside, Just Ask Joel on the outside. In between is Rosenquist with a chance. Here comes Rosenquist, but Just Ask Joel on the outside is 35-1. Boom! That finishing time is 1:40.32. Stand by for some giant payoffs. 3 and 6 are on the board. There's a photo for the show. Three, 6, 4, 1. Great catch by our TV producer, Johnny the Mouse Mickelson. This horse, back in the summer of 2022, on July the 27th, Just Ask Joel won and paid $162. The biggest long shot to win in the history of the track. And he's up to his old tricks. The exact is going to pay 35-1 over 17-1. Bombs away in the lucky last. Wow. The race is official and cashable. The Jerry Kuzman exacta paid over $365. The 50-cent try over $750. But right now we celebrate the long shot winner, who is Just Ask Joel in the winner's circle. A 7-year-old bay gelding by He's Had Enough out of Catch That Kitten, foaled in Florida. The winning owner, Don Hoover. The winning trainer, Nancy Sheehan. And the winning jockey on the long shot is Fausto da Silva. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Just Ask Joel. That $1 pick 3 to close the card paid $5,672. The pick 4 paid $13,447, and the pick 5 $18,400 plus another giant night of payoffs at Canterbury, keyed by Just Ask Joel. If you had the pick 4 or pick 5, or frankly any of these bets in the last, congratulations. Big sale tomorrow, 4 o'clock in the Expo Center after the Viking game. It's the 2024 Minnesota Thoroughbred Sale. Come join us. It's free of charge. We'd love to see you. We're back next Thursday and next Saturday at 5 o'clock. When you do leave, we want you to drive safe, but before you go, stop down in that casino, main floor. Food and beverage service at your table. Pie Gow, Blackjack, Texas Hold'em, we've got you covered. Fun and games like no place else. Thanks for joining us right here at Canterbury Park. And they're off. Luis Valenzuela takes a flyer with Political Riot, who scoots away to quickly lead by a couple. The favorite Devil Vision in among horses. Outside is Rosenquist. All the way down to the inside to Tiger Hunter. Shading that one is Just Ask Joel. And Retta Sur already has 10 to make up. Political Riot leads it by a length and a half. Rosenquist is out after that one. The heavy favorite, Devil Vision, tracking coyly, just 3 lengths from that leader. Then the long shot, Just Ask Joel, who's got 5 to make up. 2 behind that is Tiger Hunter, and a big gap of 8 lengths back to Retta Sur, who's double digits behind. 24-1 for the quarter mile, and Political Riot dictating terms now by 2 lengths. Rosenquist trying to carve into that lead. Devil Vision and Carmona, a menacing presence to the inside. Just Ask Joel's going for a run. Tiger Hunter kind of spinning the wheels, and Retta Sur's still got 12 to make up, and they've still got Political Riot to catch. Political Riot by a measured length. Rosenquist took that big run, couldn't get by. Just Ask Joel's a huge number, and he makes a sharp move, and Devil Vision being asked the question. Top of the Canterbury stretch. The rail opens up for the big favorite, Devil Vision. Outside the long shot, Just Ask Joel, and they're set to decide this one. Devil Vision inside, Just Ask Joel on the outside. In between is Rosenquist with a chance. Here comes Rosenquist, but Just Ask Joel on the outside is third